Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, it's Brendan from Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate underwriters.
Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911.
The attorneys at Oppenheim and Nickerson LLC have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255.
Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. Liam Maguire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. Enjoy our kitchen department with a wide selection of kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Find your home repair needs at our hardware store. Our friendly staff is available to assist with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn Carpet One is a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpeting and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, custom area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry. Proudly serving Falmouth and other Cape communities for over 50 years. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287. At K&K, we believe that growth starts with the right people. We're more than just a staffing company. We're partners in your journey. www.kktalentpartners.com. Ermine Lovell Real Estate, 550 West Falmouth Highway, 508-548-0703. Dalpe Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. info@dalpeexcavation.com. Take care of all your banking needs at Martha's Vineyard Bank. Your goals, our guidance. Visit us today in Falmouth and Woods Hole, mvbank.com. Mike and Linda Bullard, Doggz Hoggz, 781 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 508-548-FOOD. DoggzandHoggz.com. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. The Falmouth EDIC's mission is to create, promote, and support a vibrant business climate which enhances our community. Friends of Nobska Light, the keepers of your lighthouse, committed to its preservation, education, and access. friendsofnobska.org. The Fox team provides complimentary property marketing analyses. 508-548-2101. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M.Duffany Builders, 508-540-3625. The Cape Cod 5, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. Murray and MacDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990.
Okay, all town meeting members present, please make
Hannoush
sure
Jewelers,
that you check in
852 Main
and
Street,
get your
downtown
electronic
Falmouth,
voting device.
508-548-9107.
If you are not a town meeting member and you are on the floor of the auditorium, I ask that you please go up to the
Danny's
balcony
Barber Shop,
where non-town meeting members sit. We do have microphones up
548-6013.
there.
Turning Point Dance Studio and the Sea Captain's Nutcracker are proud to sponsor FCTV and extend our wishes for a wonderful holiday season to all. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Waquoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Waquoit, 508-548-5269. Neighborhood Falmouth is looking for volunteers. You can make a difference in the life of an older Falmouth resident. Check us out at neighborhoodfalmouth.org. The Middle East Forum of Falmouth, a summer lecture and discussion series to foster a better understanding of the Middle East. Visit us at www.meff.world. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Shaw's Supermarket.
Okay, all town meeting members, please come forward on the floor, take your seats, make sure that you've checked in and you have your electronic voting device. If you are not a town meeting member and are here for town meeting, please make your way to the balcony. And we do have a microphone up there, and you'll be able to speak when recognized from the balcony if you're a non-town meeting member. I just got a text message from a town meeting member who says they are surrounded by non-town meeting members on the floor. If you are on the first floor of the auditorium and you have not been elected as a town meeting member, I ask you to please go upstairs to the second floor. There is an elevator or stairs to the balcony where there is a microphone and you will have the opportunity to speak. So if you have not been elected as a town meeting member, please go into the balcony for the town meeting. trouble with the microphone last time, right?
No, it was that Handy said it was a violation of his rights for not being able to get up to the balcony because he was handicapped.
Yeah, there's a thing. There's an elevator.
Since the last time meeting.
The elevator's been here since the 50s.
So what was the issue the last time, right?
I don't know. He was just bitching about something that was irrelevant.
So you had them all sit down here. That's why it didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what his bitch. Okay, all town meeting members, make sure you've checked in and that you have your electronic voting device so that we can establish the quorum for the meeting. With the IT department, please cue a slide for the quorum count. All town meeting members present, please press 1A for the establishment of the quorum. 1A for the establishment of a quorum. By a counted vote of 202, we have a quorum, and I call the annual town meeting into session. All present, please rise for the presentation of the colors by Scouting America Troop 38. Please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance At this point, we'll have the national anthem played by the Lawrence Chamber Strings Ensemble. This time I'll recognize Peter McConaty for the invocation.
Heavenly Father, may our meeting this evening be not only an exercise of care and concern for our community and its residents, but also an example of how a community can agree and disagree and still be a community. We ask you to watch over and protect our families, our community, our nation, and our world. May your gift of peace become a reality for all. Amen.
Colors post. Let's have a round of applause for the Lawrence Chamber String Ensemble and Scouting America Troop 38. Okay, tonight we'll break as close to 9 o'clock as we can. The school department has refreshments for us down in the cafeteria downstairs. Want to remind all members that we are being televised live on FCTV, gavel to gavel. Also, for the stenographer and for our record, if each time you speak, if you could identify yourself by name and precinct. If you don't know what precinct you're in, if you're not a town meeting member, just the village and the town that you live in. And tonight, before we start the formal part of the meeting, I want to recognize a few folks with a moment of silence that have passed since our last meeting. One of those was our longtime water superintendent and town meeting member, Jerry Patamus. One was an individual who sat in this chair before me and mentored me to become town moderator, former town moderator Bob Marshall, and a gentleman who sat in a chair in Boston before me, a longtime town meeting member, chair of the select board, and member of the Great and General Court House of Representatives, Matthew Patrick. A group of citizens have come together to establish a scholarship fund to be administered through Falmouth High School in Matt Patrick's name. It's a scholarship that will be available. I think there were some handouts that were being given out earlier this evening. They'll be raising some money to endow that scholarship for young people that have a financial need and want to go on to public service and go on to higher education. And so for them and others that may have passed since our last meeting, let's have a moment of silence. As we prepare to celebrate Thanksgiving, we have seen at Falmouth Service Center the increased need of our neighbors with a little assistance to be able to get through not only the weekly groceries, but also through the holidays. And at this point, I'd like to recognize Dr. Antonucci for an announcement on the Falmouth Service Center.
Bob Antonucci, Precinct 6. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I speak before you tonight as a member of the Falmouth Service Center Board, and I need your help. This Sunday is Turkey Day for the Falmouth Service Center. From 11 till 2 on Gifford Street, we will be accepting turkeys, 10 to 16 pounds. Frozen turkeys, drive up, drop off, it's a drop-off, drop the turkey, go home, you'll feel a lot better. At the same time, the Scouts are going to be at Shaw's and Stop and Shop. They're going to be there from 11 to 1. Now, here's the way to do that. Go in, buy a turkey for yourself, buy one for us, leave the store, drop one for the Scouts, and you'll even feel much better. So we ask for your help. Sunday, 11 to 2 at the Service Center on Gifford Street, 11 to 1 at Shaw's and Stop and Shop. It's Turkey Drop-Off Day. What a way to celebrate this season of Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Antonucci, and thank you to the Falmouth Service Center and the Scouts. This time I'll recognize the town clerk for the swearing in of our new town meeting members. Mr. Clerk.
Will the following people please stand? Carissa April, Alfredo Exabella, Thomas Crane, Virginia Lamb Maguire, Richard Latimer, David Martin, Eileen Miskell, Peter Wasdorf, Matthew Waterbury, Mary Berry, Wendy Buesler, David Bugankowski, sorry about this, Robert Dugan, Frank Guychecker, Jared Gallstone, Carol Gearley, Susan Madigan, Jensine Over, Colin Reed, Raylene Bandini, John Beatty, Anthony Ferezzo, Donna Hurst, Jonathan Kaufman, Michael McCarthy, Foster Palmer, Lynn Shade, Jared Schwartz, Edward Schwartz, Thomas Walrath, Robert Baker, Karen Baranowski, Kathleen Burio, Joshua Bond, Samuel Duffany, Maureen O'Connell, Rachel Russell, Barbara Schneider, Scott Thrasher, Wendy Vogel, Scott Zielinski, Janet Arsarovich, Ruth Brazier, Douglas Brown, Rosemary Carey, Michael Kaspers-Arian, Kevin Murphy, Deborah Rogers, Nathan Wilson, Robert Young, Michael Colligan, Richard Doobie, Catherine Elder, Maureen Harlow Hawks, Annie Hart Cool, Elizabeth Klein, Scott Corner, Leslie Polalinci, Deborah Steffel, Andrea Thorold, Eleanor Bouvier, Richard Bradley, Christina Brody, Gerald Cogliano, Mark Dillon, Brian Galliano Sr., Richard Hamilton, Margaret McGee-Gaw, Stephen Monaz, Peter Simon, Patricia Smith, Tara Valley, Donna Weymouth, John Barkley, Earl Barnhart, Henry Dick, Jason Hyatt, Joel Kubek, and Amy Larnardi, Leslie Lichtenstein, Teresa Naveskas, Ashley Pullman, David Dubois, Jeffrey Duffany, Richard Goulart, Elliot Green, Karen Hargraves, Peter Hargraves, Clayton Jones, Dominique Kirk, Paul Kirk, and Deborah Winograd. Please stand and you can repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear and affirm that I will faithfully perform my duties as a town meeting member according to the best of my ability and agreeable to the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the bylaws and charter of the town of Falmouth. So help me God. Congratulations.
Welcome to our new town meeting members and our returning town meeting members. At this time, I'd like to start with the dispensing of the reading of the warrant. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move to dispense with the reading of the warrant except for the officer's return.
Okay, you've all heard the main motion to dispense with the reading of the warrant. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. At this time, I ask that the clerk submit the warrant as an official part of the record, and I will read the officer's return. By virtue of this warrant, I have this day notified and summoned the inhabitants of the town of Falmouth qualified to vote on town affairs as said warrant directs by posting an attested copy thereof in Town Hall and in every precinct in the town, signed Constable Thomas Zine. This time, the chair would entertain a motion for town employees who are not residents of the town to speak before any issue on this town meeting. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. This time, I take a motion for members of boards and committees who are not town meeting members to sit with their respective boards and committees. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, I'd recognize the planning board for a notification of public hearing.
Hi, good evening. John Drewley, chairman of the planning board. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to read. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Tom. Okay, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Tommy Zine, I'm the clerk of the Falmouth Planning Board. The following are the Town of Falmouth amendments to the zoning bylaws. In accordance with Chapter 40A, Section 5, Mass General Law, and Section 240-1.1D of the Falmouth zoning bylaw, public hearings were held on August 12th, August 26th, October 14th, 2025, for the following articles. Article 14, Article 19, Article 22, Article 23, Article 24, Article 25, and Article 26 for the November 2025 annual meeting. All those who wish to speak were heard. As required, a report is hereby submitted with the Planning Board's final language and recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the Planning Board. At this point, we'll commence with a blanket vote. On the blanket vote, I'm going to go through each article, give you a brief description, call your attention to the recommendation. If you would like to discuss that article or make amendments or vote against it, against the recommendation, just signify by yelling hold, and we'll put a hold on that. When we get through the entire warrant, we'll go back just by number for a second round, and then we will take one vote to... Everybody okay up there? Okay. We'll take one vote to approve everything that was not held as recommended as the official action of this town meeting. Article 1 is to choose necessary officers, and we have no officers to nominate tonight. Article 2 is a hold to hear reports of committees. Article 3 is a hold. This is the capital budget. Article 4, this is capital improvements not in the capital budget. Article 5, this is funding non-capital projects. Number 6, to transfer $369,110 from certified free cash to supplement the following line items in the fiscal 26 budget. Article 7, to vote to transfer funds within the fiscal 26 budget. Article 8, to transfer $1 million in free cash to the Special Education Stabilization Fund. Article 9, this is relative to the new police station. Hold. Article 10, to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court to expend a sum of money to reimburse certain property owners in any future town sewer service area for the costs related to purchasing and installing low-pressure pumps on private property. Article 11 is to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court to enact special legislation to amend the charter to change the position of town clerk from elected to appointed. Hold. Article 12, this is to authorize the Select Board to accept from New Cape Cod Country Club Incorporated a gift of land. Hold. Article 12. Hold. Right. Article 13. Hold. Okay. Article 14. Hold. Article 15. This is a hold out of district special education tuition stabilization. Article 16, the recommendation is indefinite postponement. Petitioner of this article asked to allow it to go as indefinitely postponed. Who's holding it? Okay. Article 17, the recommendation is indefinite postponement to authorize the Select Board to grant a conservation restriction, West Falmouth, to be held by the 300 Committee Land Trust. Article 18, a hold on 17? Is there a hold on 17? The clerk says he heard somebody. Would you stand up if you're holding this? No, no hold? Okay. Article 18 is a hold. Article 19. Yep. Ms. Harris? You made a mistake? Okay. You wanted Article 18? Yeah, I thought so. Article 19. This is recommendations indefinite postponement. The recommendation was by the Planning Board. This is to amend the zoning bylaw for house-scale multifamily dwellings. Article 20. This is zoning code of Falmouth, prohibited uses and special permit allowances. Planning Board's recommending as printed. Article 21. This is the business district use table for accessory uses. Recommendation by the Planning Board is as printed. Article 22, to amend the accessory dwelling units section of the zoning bylaw. Recommendation of the Planning Board is as printed. Article 23, to amend the zoning code for maximum height chart. Planning Board is as printed. Article 24 is to amend the accessory structures section of the bylaw by striking out Section B. The recommendation of the Planning Board is as printed. Okay, we'll run through them once more by number. Article 1. Article 2 is a hold. Article 3 is a hold. Article 4. Article 5. Article 6. Article 7. Article 8. Article 9 is a hold. Article 10. Article 11 is a hold. Article 12 is a hold. Article 13 is a hold. 14 is a hold. 15 is a hold. 16 is a hold. Article 17. Article 18 is a hold. Article 19. Article 20. Article 21. Article 22. Article 23. And Article 24. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that all articles that have been passed and not held be and hereby are adopted as recommended as the official action of this meeting, and that the necessary monies for the same shall be raised and appropriated or as otherwise specified.
Okay, you've all heard the main motion to adopt as recommended all articles not held. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Mr. Chairman, for notification.
Mr. Moderator, I hereby serve notice of reconsideration of all articles passed under the blanket vote.
Okay, notice of reconsideration has been served. Article 2, Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 2 as recommended.
Okay, Article 2, this is to hear reports of committees. I have a report from the Police Station Committee.
Good evening. Boyd DeMello, Chairman of the Police Station Advisory Committee. We'll give a brief report tonight on where the committee's at with the new police station. First, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the advisory committee members, Chris April, our Vice Chair, Mike Duffany, George Sherrill, and Robert Zollo. I can't say enough about the commitment these people bring to this committee day in and day out every time we meet. This committee also is working closely with the Falmouth Police Department's internal design working group, consisting of Chief Jeff Laurie, Deputy Chief Brian Lowen, Captain Douglas DeCosta, and Detective Thomas Maguire. They've had all hands in on this project since the committee was formed in January, and have been at every committee meeting providing input to what they need to provide a new police station. Also, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge both Tecton Architects and Veritex. Veritex is our OPM for the project, and Tecton Architectures. When we're at meetings with these folks, every day they make it clear that it's the right decision that we brought these two companies on board for this project. I'd be remiss in not thanking and acknowledging the support from the town manager, the assistant town manager, the Department of Public Works, town council, the Community Development Office, and the select board for their input and vote in support of a new station. After 2 community forums where input and comments were received and other community options explored, the PSAC thanks you for your involvement. After all, this is a total community project. We're going to take a brief look at defining the need for a new police station. This is composed from an internal staffing assessment, a space needs assessment, and some time spent on refining the data that the committee was received. This slide here represents the Falmouth Police Department's station staffing study. It was used as part as defining the space needs, as I mentioned. It's a 42-page report that's available online in the Police Station Advisory Committee website, and I believe the Police Department website as well. This project was completed in-house by Captain Douglas DaCosta. It's a 42-page study. It's pretty in-depth, but we're going to cover it real quick here. This staffing assessment defined the needs of the Falmouth Police Department: population-based, it's workload-based, and it's crime-based. The national benchmark for police departments is 2.4 officers per 1,000 residents. New England coastal communities average about 2.63 officers. This staffing report also does not include the civilian staff of the police department. So currently in this slide here, we have the current staffing in fiscal 25, which exists now as 67 sworn officers, civilian and dispatch personnel. Proposed staffing level for fiscal 29 is increased to 86 officers with an increase in civilians and dispatch, and a future staffing 50 years out of 106 sworn officers and a corresponding increase in civilian and dispatch personnel. The other half of the slide is the concept level design, where we're at now to determine the size of the building. Originally, when this committee looked at this, came to us after the staffing study and the space needs assessment, this main building gross square footage was much larger. The committee reduced that by about 23% with the help of all those involved, down to the 43,744 gross square footage now, with an outbuilding of 4,500 square feet. So we're looking at a total maximum between 2 buildings of 48,244 gross square feet. As we speak right now, we're still in the conceptual design stage of this project. Selecting a location. This committee started back in January looking at properties, and we'll get into that in a second. Real quick, the Falmouth Police Department consists of 5 patrol areas. They're pictured here on the map with the blue star locating or representing the current location of the police station. Each one of these patrol sectors is controlled by or patrolled by 1 police officer during their shift. So one of the things the committee looked at was more centrally locating the police department to allow for better travel time back and forth to the station when you have an arrest or you have to come back to pick up information or assist the public. Selecting a location, the minimum requirements presented to the committee, these are a few of them, these are the big ones. Parcel size 5 acres or above. Currently we're looking at about 4.5 acres for a new station. Road access and location, not in the flood zone. The current police station does sit partially in a flood zone. No conservation restrictions, and Article 97 relief was not required. Going back to 2023, the then Planning Department, now the Community Development Office, started looking at, with other town groups, about 576 parcels were reviewed, and they broke that down based on size, use, conservation restrictions, or other restrictions on the properties. Presented to the Police Station Advisory Committee were a number of properties, around 16 that we got, and we looked at the properties and we used this evaluation criteria. This presents in no particular order of how we went through things, but you look at municipal water service availability, lot size, site history, topography, and others, and special permitting requirements. All these played into the evaluation on the matrix. The golden parcel, if you had one, would have scored an 85 on a matrix scale, and the 2 top parcels that we recommended to the select board had a 76 when all said and done. Sites considered, these were narrowing them down. We did look at the 750 Main Street, the current police station. It's too small to be built on. The other question comes is, what do we do with the police department while we're building a new one? 340 T-Ticket Highway, the school administration building.
Mr. Chairman, we've hit the time limit. If you just want to request additional time.
Could you?
Yeah, how much?
A few more minutes.
A couple more minutes.
Please.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
Thank you.
The ayes have it. You have a couple of minutes.
Where were we? 340 T-Ticket Highway, and that has Article 97 restrictions. 323 Jones Road, the Morris Pond School, wouldn't be available till 2032 at the earliest. 888 Sandwich Road, the Gaspa Fields, has Article 97, along with 233 Brick Hill Road, the dog park. There was some site challenges there. 154 Blacksmith Shop Road and 0 Carriage Shop Road, 154 Blacksmith Shop Road was considered for a while, but has some topography problems. The last two properties, 0 Carriage Shop Road and 484 Brick Hill Road, were two of the three parcels presented to the Board of Selectmen last Thursday night. So on Thursday night, the Select Board, again, thank you for recommending the 100 Brick Hill Road site for the proposed new police station. They voted that last Thursday, November 13th. So blue star again down below shows the existing police station and the 100 Brick Hill Road parcels identified. This is the what's known as 100 Brick Hill Road, or the Augusta property, former Cape Cod Drive-In. In the interest of time, I'm going to slip through a couple slides here. There's some positive attributes. The sewer access was available, and the deed restrictions allow both for conservation and municipal purposes. A portion of the site was needed for the installation of a lift station. I'm happy to announce that we can fit the lift station and the police station on the property without changing any of the existing plans for the lift station. The topography there is good, better than some sites. There is a greater neighborhood impact than other sites that were in contention. It was prior use of a drive-in or an airport, which we heard from the community wanting us to look at parcels that were already once developed. This is a conceptual drawing of the proposed police station on the Augusta parcel. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the lift station. The gold or yellow buildings are the proposed police station. Again, this is a conceptual design. Nothing's etched in stone. We still have a lot of work to do going forward after this evening, a positive vote, which I'm hoping for. Concept level estimate, again, this is a very rough estimate. Construction costs right now are looking at about $65 million, plus or minus 10% for the building. Tonight, we're looking at the design cost only at $5,150,000 for design costs, so we can go forward on the project. You'll be seeing this in Article 3 and Article 9. Timeline we're looking at, we're here tonight. We got the site selection done by the Board of Selectmen. We're looking for design funding, design during 2026, and we'll be coming back to hopefully to the November town meeting for a vote, and then a town ballot on an override. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your extra time.
I have a report from the East Falmouth Library Building Advisory Committee.
Good evening. I'm Judy Fenwick, Chair of the Board of Library Trustees and a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I'm here this evening with the Director of the Falmouth Public Library, Brian Stokes. We first came to town meeting in November 2023 when we advised town meeting that the Board of Library Trustees and the town of Falmouth had submitted a letter of intent in April 2023 to the Mass Public Library Construction Program to apply for a design and construction grant from the East Falmouth Branch for the East Falmouth Branch Library. Our message was that we'd be back in April 2024 town meeting. We did come back April 8th, 2024 with Article 37 to approve acceptance of library grant funds for the East Falmouth Library, which town meeting voted unanimously. It didn't hurt that it was at 10:55 p.m. with $150,000 for the planning and design phase if we received the award, which would be matched by the state with $100,000. Earlier this year at April town meeting, we reported that our application was successful, approved in early January, and the state funds for planning and design phase were released in late January. We laid out timelines for the building project with a call for volunteers to serve on the East Falmouth Library Building Advisory Committee, which we fondly now call EFLBAC, which was appointed by the Select Board on March 24th. Chris Simler, chair of the EFLBAC, was going to report on the committee's activities, but he could not be here this evening. Other members of the committee are Jane Stimson, the vice chair, myself as a trustee, Christian Valley, Andrew Zimmerman, and Camille Romano, also a trustee, as our alternate. Brian Stokes is going to take it from here and speak to the committee's activities and elaborate on the project progress and timeline going forward.
Thank you, Judy. Brian Stokes, Director of the Falmouth Public Library. So once the, I'm just going to call it Effelbeck because it's a mouthful otherwise, got together, they set about evaluating applicants for owner's project management services and design services for this project. By July, they had made recommendations for both of those roles on this project and recommended them to the Board of Library Trustees and the town. Those companies are CHA Consulting, providing owner's project management services, and Odenzello Architecture, a Boston-based architecture firm with a lot of experience in this particular grant program that we're in. Once those folks were on board, the committee set about to determine the viability of the present site of the East Falmouth Library for this project. There were considerable constraints on the site, so evaluation of the site was done, and in early September, the committee unanimously decided to recommend 310 East Falmouth Highway, which is the current site of the library, as the preferred site for the new library. Late in September, the committee held a community engagement forum with all of our stakeholders on this project at the East Falmouth Elementary School, where we sought feedback on what the community really looked for in this new library, what they really wanted out of it, as well as presenting some initial sort of conceptual design for the interior of the building. In November, early November, November 5th, they had a second community engagement meeting at the main library in the Herman Foundation meeting room, where we showed even more conceptual design of the building and incorporated that feedback that we got at that first meeting into some of the design, and folks got a chance to look at that. If you didn't make it out to either of those meetings, the slide decks from both are available on the library website on our East Falmouth Library project page there. Later this week, the committee will be getting together to recommend the design for the building to the Board of Library Trustees and the Select Board, which will be presented later on in November and December. And then at the end of the year, we'll be submitting our application or our design to the state for independent review. Assuming we sail through that, which I'm sure we will, the committee's work will be done for the planning and design phase, probably by February or March. And then we wait. This project is waitlisted for construction funding, which means that we've got a little bit of time before the funds from the state come online for their portion of funding construction for this project. But we anticipate that'll occur probably around fiscal year 2028. There's a chance it could be a little bit sooner, depending on what other communities do in the Commonwealth. But we're very excited about this project. We think we've got a really wonderful design on our hands here, and look forward to seeing you in the future to share more of that with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Solid Waste Advisory Committee, did you want to make a report? Any other committees looking to report to town meeting? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion to accept the reports. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 2, Mr. Chairman. Article 3, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I move Article 3 as recommended with the following changes.
So we're going to have some numerical changes, so if you can open up to Article 3, and we'll make notes of the changes while the chairman makes the main motion, as recommended with the following changes.
Okay, there are 6 changes here. I'm going to go through each one starting on page 5. At the recommendation, you will notice the first item is from certified free cash for $15,638, $638,365. This is going to increase by $30,000 to $15,000.
$15 million.
Jesus, sorry.
It's all about the zeros.
Pretty soon it's real money. $15,668,365. $15,668,365. Okay? The next item, you go down about 2/3. there'll be a number 43,550. That's going to change to 33,550. It goes down by 10,000. The reason is the reapportionment of appropriation of $4,000 from the tennis courts and $6,000 from a cargo van. That was already used for something else, so they didn't have those funds available. So we took that out. Okay, the next item is the next one down. 75,000 in your book, it goes to 55,000. It reduces by 20,000. That's because the reappropriation of the 20,000 for the tennis courts was also used. Those funds were used for something else. Okay. The last item on that page is $50,000, a grant for physical security at remote water sites. That grant was not obtained. Okay. Page 7. If you go down almost to the bottom, you will notice a description, physical security at remote locations. Water for $300,000. That will be reduced to $50,000 to $250,000. That was because of that grant that we just mentioned before. In consequence, the total at the bottom of the page changes to $18,848,480.
Okay, we'll start off with a general presentation on the capital budget, and then we will go through department by department. If anyone wants to ask questions or make amendments, we'll do it department by department after the general presentation. Mr. Renshaw.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, apologize. I just want to make sure that town meeting was clear on one of the amendments that the chair read out. So on the bottom of page 5, 50,000 grant from physical security, that 50,000 goes to 0. I think that was understood, but I don't know that it was stated clearly.
Good evening, town meeting. Mike Renshaw, Precinct 1. So for the third time in 2.5 years, I've got the distinct honor, pleasure really, to present the proposed FY26 capital spending plan and the 10-year capital improvement plan. As you've heard me say before, the preparation of the plan is a long process, one that this year began with my distribution of the budget instructions to the department heads back on April 25th, which, as you recall, was just a few short weeks after April town meeting closed. The development of a 10-year capital improvement plan is critically important, as a well-crafted plan reflects long-term strategic priorities of the governing body, the Select Board. As I did beginning with my first capital plan for fiscal year 24, I again asked each department to tie every capital request they made this year to one or more of the 7 priorities identified in the Select Board's FY23 to FY27 strategic plan. As with any well-crafted plan, our proposed capital spending plan begins with a really solid foundation based upon well-established, time-tested guiding principles and strategic priorities. The priorities I'll briefly review are taken directly from the town's fiscal policy, which is posted online, which, importantly, is reviewed annually and was most recently updated by the Select Board on August 11th. So, of paramount importance is to ensure that we protect and guard against imminent threats to the health, welfare, and safety of citizens, employees, and property. We also endeavor at all times to preserve our existing operational levels. Obviously, meeting legal requirements of federal and state agencies is a top priority of ours. Seeking to make improvements in our aging infrastructure at every turn is important, to include protecting the physical condition and ensuring the most efficient use of our town assets. And lastly, making improvements in the efficiency and effectiveness by which we deliver our key services to the community. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. The main purpose is to kind of visually depict some of the big spenders in this upcoming fiscal year 26 capital plan. I'm not going to pick on departments by name, but what this slide shows graphically is major organizational functions of your local government. I will pick on, again, 3 of the bigger spenders, and we'll start with the Public Works Other, which is Public Works excluding water and wastewater. You can see roughly $8.9 million in proposed spend. This is made up of several elements. Importantly, road maintenance funds. We continue to seek improvements in our roads at about $1.8 million. This includes the $3.2 million, which we'll see in a moment, with regards to the restoration, remediation of the Trotting Park baseball fields. And lastly, includes some funding for library windows, Phase 2, of about $630,000, and a roof replacement of about $575,000. Moving on to the $7.98 roughly million in public safety function. This includes both police and fire rescue. Of that $7.9 million, I wanted to point out to town meeting that the police station design reflected in Articles 3 and 9 this evening of that $5.45 million are included in the $7.98. Also, importantly, Fire Rescue Department requested a new ambulance to replace an ambulance that has about 152,000 miles, so it's long past its useful life. And also an engine replacement for the West Falmouth Fire Rescue Station, replacing the engine in that station. Moving on to water at 5.8, kind of the third big spender this upcoming year. Of that $5.8 million, roughly $4.6 million is reflected in water line replacement. As you all recall, we committed to replacing about $3 million in water lines. This FY26 plan proposes to add an additional $1.3 million to replace the water lines, aging water lines along Brick Hill Road when we're going in to put the force mains in place. With regards to the sewer Great Pond Phase 1 sewer project. Okay, importantly, the plan also includes all proposed capital spending from all funding sources, including grants, community preservation funds, alternative funding, such as revolving funds, and also borrowing. As you all know, the largest source of annual capital funding is typically through the use of free cash. And the FY26 budget is certainly no exception, as it proposes to utilize about $16 million in free cash. In October of this year, we received our certified free cash number of about $21.6 million, you see reflected in that first bullet. Obviously, our goal continues to be to reduce our reliance and reduce our use of free cash to build up reserves. To give you a point of reference, last year's capital free cash came in at about $22.9 million, so we're short from what we were last year with regards to free cash. In order to minimize the use of free cash, this plan proposes, as it has in the past, to utilize balances from prior capital appropriations or transfers, reappropriations, in the amount of $1,669,565. That's important. Again, for comparison's sake, last year's plan, the FY25 plan, proposed or used $492,000 in reappropriated funds. Moving on, maximizing the use of non-free cash funding to address priorities and maximizing our reserves. I'm going to review several of these alternative funding sources in the next slide. And lastly, the non-exempt borrowing of about $4.45 million for the police station design through bidding documentation. That will take us through bidding documentation, which is reflected in Article 9, and I'll touch on that in a moment as well. So I'm just going to spend a quick moment. This slide is a good overview, 30,000-foot view of our FY26 funding sources. As you can see, we propose to pull from a very wide variety of funding sources. As I mentioned, the use of free cash at about $16.1 million. And again, as a reference, because I like to provide those, last year's capital budget utilized approximately $14 million to fund a $19.4 million capital budget. We're proposing $2.6 million roughly in capital and debt stabilization. This is primarily reflected in the permitting and concept design of the outfall at $1.34 million, as well as the brick kiln water line replacement, which I mentioned earlier at $1.3 million. Special revenue category of about $1.5 million, $830,000 from the energy fund, to fund library windows and can't read my own writing, chiller replacement, and $255,000 roughly in watershed funding for the Great Harbor ramp improvements. Transfers of reappropriations of about $1.7 million, reappropriating the use of unspent funds from prior capital appropriations, as I mentioned earlier. Of that 1.69, about $700,000 is it for the police station design project from unspent article monies, and $349,000 for police radios. Borrowing is reflected in Article 9 at $4.45 million for the design engineering of the new police station. I'm going to provide some more detail on that briefly. So overall, the FY26 proposed capital budget calls for a $26.37 million spend across all categories, and these are reflected in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 9. Moving on, I wanted to give a really quick overview of the borrowing. Again, importantly, the $700,000 reappropriation of existing articles, Article 3 tonight, and the $4.45 million from non-exempt borrowing, Article 9, will not impact tax rates. I wanted to point out, and I should have made that bolder and bigger text, bigger font, construction cost to be voted next year is expected to increase taxes. Wanted to be transparent about that. As in any budget process, budget year, difficult choices had to be made this year. In total, there was about $2.4 million in department funding requests that were deferred to future years based upon discussions with the department heads. I'll go through a couple of those really quickly. The innovative alternative septic system, cost mitigation. We removed funding of $1.2 million in each of FY26 and in the upcoming FY27. Because there is no current policy document and it's not certain whether we can utilize public funds for this purpose. Half a dozen, as you can see in the second bullet point, requests were removed because funding exists in open articles already, so there was no need to seek additional appropriation. And lastly, there were 6 projects that were deferred to next fiscal year due to prioritization, and chief among those were fire engine equipment of $200,000, and a parks excavator package for about $98,000. Almost through with this. To briefly review, again, several major capital projects that do not require borrowing. I wanted to go through this relatively quickly. I mentioned the water line replacement of $4.6 million, as we've done in the past, about $3 million. So again, we're adding another $1.3 million to implement, install new water lines along Brick Kiln. At the same time, the Brick Kiln force main is being installed for the sewer project. So we eliminate the mobilization costs and get a better value for our dollar by doing that.
Mr. Renshaw, I'm just going to need a procedural vote for additional time. We're at 10 minutes, so.
3 minutes.
Okay. Additional 3 minutes for the presentation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
Thank you, folks.
The ayes have it, unanimous.
Main library windows, I've mentioned this before, the roof and air conditioning repairs of about $1.4 million. Again, the library windows are utilizing about $830,000 from the energy fund. Fire engine and ambulance, I mentioned those, $550,000 for the West Falmouth station engine and about $556,000, again, to replace an ambulance with about 150,000 miles on it. And lastly, I wanted to emphasize and talk a little bit about the Morse Pond School feasibility study. The purpose of this study of $150,000 projected cost is to really examine future use for both the 20-acre site as well as the 103,000 square feet of building space for potential use going forward. Okay, I wanted to give a really brief glimpse, 10-year plan, of course, as you all know, looking ahead. I wanted to emphasize 9 of the more significant projects in the coming years. We'll start with the comprehensive building facility study the town meeting appropriated funding for a couple of years ago. Great news, we completed that study. On the other side of that coin, as a result of completing the study, we've identified estimated about $10 million in capital repairs of the facilities each year for the next 5 years, starting in FY27. The police station construction estimate, again, although we still are in concept design. We're estimating about $65 million in FY27 of construction cost. The aquaculture project, town is very interested in exploring future enhancements of aquaculture. We're proposing between FY27 and 29 about $4 million. I'll skip down to water mains. I've talked multiple times about that. We're anticipating over the next 10 years, again, based upon $3 million a year, about $30.7 million. And lastly, but not leastly, the outfall design and construction that we've talked about, you've heard talked about recently, at $87 million. So I'll wrap it up now. And again, I appreciate your patience. This year's capital budget posed very significant challenges. Two major projects that I've talked about. The police facility, new police station, design and engineering, and the remediation and reconstruction of the ball fields at Trotting Park represent spending of about $8.3 million that were not even projected back in FY24, my first capital budget. Those weren't even on our radar screens yet. So I'm trying to give a kind of a scope of the increase between last year's budget and this year's budget. We're always seeking to balance the need to maintain our equipment and infrastructure within limitations of available funding and capacity to carry out the projects. Proposals represent, what you're seeing tonight, these proposals represent what we consider to be the very upper limit of what we can spend while maintaining and hopefully building upon those important reserves. Proposed capital projects represent a tremendous amount of work by staff, so ensuring that we have adequate capacity to move those projects forward is very important. It's one thing to allocate funding, but if you don't have the capacity and the bandwidth to carry those projects out successfully, it's not going to help the town. I want to thank the Assistant Town Manager, Finance Director, and the Department Directors for their hard work and professionalism. I've always been impressed by the professionalism of the staff that we have here in the town of Falmouth. Throughout the entire budget process, I want to give special thanks to a few folks that are helping run the monitors, Mark, Stephen, and Sherry. So a big round of applause for those folks, if you can. Those are staff that don't have to be here. They offered to be here, so I appreciate their dedication and commitment. So with that, I'll end. Thank you folks very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renshaw. Okay, for the capital budget, we'll start with revenue sources, the first section of the capital budget. Any questions or discussion on revenue sources? Okay, we'll get into expenses. The Select Board Town Manager. Information Technology. Conservation. Facilities. Police. Yeah, who's police? In the back, right?
Richard Doobie, Precinct 6. I just need a bit of clarification on page 50. I'm not quite sure how many vehicles the police department is going to be getting. It's a little bit gray. And once we've determined that, could somebody from the department tell us how many vehicles will be in the fleet at that particular point, once these are acquired?
Chief?
I'm going to need a little help from the Deputy Chief with this one. We're purchasing a total of 5 vehicles, 4 for the police fleet, and 1 vehicle is for our parking enforcement and our clinicians. They'll be sharing that car. We have 1 vehicle now for our parking people. One's a maintenance individual and 1 does the enforcement. So our parking official was using his own vehicle. Not comfortable with that. So that's when the 5th vehicle came in. So it was originally 4, and then we asked finance, for that 5th vehicle, and that was from money that we had from a past capital purchase. DC, you want to add about the fleet question?
Good evening, Brian Lowen, Deputy Chief, Precinct 8.
It was tough to hear up there, so I'm going to try and answer the question. So the total cars that we're not adding any, that we're trading in a couple of older Ford Tauruses that have over 100,000 miles, V8s. So we're going to switch them out to 4-cylinder cars. As the chief, I believe you indicated the fifth car would be for the parking maintenance officer, and that was coming out. That was being reappropriated money. I think there was a question on how many cruisers altogether.
Yes, correct.
So there's, good thing I brought my sheet here. There is, bear with me.
And just so you know, the page reference was inaccurate. The page for the police cruisers is page 50, which mentions it's a 5-vehicle.
That's what I said, 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a total of 40 in the fleet, 15 patrol, 15 for unmarked or admin. Then we have got a motorcycle support vehicle, other support vehicles, but 40 total vehicles.
My last question to you is, in red, under this it says Department of Public Work assistance required. Yes or no? Is DPW servicing these vehicles?
Yes, sir.
So as we increase the fleet size, are we going to have to increase the number of people at DPW who are working? And if so, are we going to have to increase it now with the addition of these cars?
That I'd defer.
Maybe Peter can answer that.
Yep.
So basically, most of the major work, would be done at dealership under warranties. We're talking
Understand.
brakes, oil changes, that type of thing, changing tires. But I don't know, Peter, if you want to. And if I didn't, I'm your police chief, Jeff Laurie, Precinct 4.
Thank you, Chief. Peter McConaty, Director of Public Works. Yes, actually, with the Fleet Division, we are evaluating the vehicles and the amount of equipment that we have in our facility at this time. And I believe in the operational portion of it in the spring, our Fleet Department is going to be evaluating the employees that we have and the need, if there's another need for another mechanic.
So I guess my question is to anybody up there who can answer it. Once we approve funding for these vehicles, which I wholeheartedly support, we're also going to be assuming funding for additional positions in DPW just to support this. So when does that come up, and do we figure that into what we're paying for these vehicles right now? That's a cost the town's going to have to bear.
And I would just say, Mr. Doobie, that we're taking a couple of vehicles that we're putting really good money into bad cars. We won't be doing that with these new vehicles we're purchasing. So there'll actually be a little bit less maintenance for DPW now when we purchase these new cars.
I understand, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but as Mr. McConney just alluded to, they are going to have to reevaluate and probably add positions. So as we increase fleet size for you, for your department or any department, we have to increase spending for support members. I mean, it's not simply the cost of the vehicles.
Chief, allow me to take a shot. Mr. Doobie, what we're currently in the process of doing now is working on the FY27 operational budget. That, as you all know, comes before town meeting in April. We've had initial preliminary discussions about staffing needs, oftentimes not necessarily tied to the addition of these 5 vehicles from PD. As Chief indicated, we're going to be replacing older vehicles, high-maintenance vehicles, with new vehicles, which should require less maintenance. But an overall assessment of whether or not we're right-sized within fleet, the fleet department to serve the entire fleet, all departments combined. So that's still underway. It's very preliminary, and I don't have an answer yet. There's a possibility that it could result in adding a position, but again, it's too early to tell at this point.
Okay. Anything else under the police? Okay. Fire? Mr. Hargreaves? Yep. You got a microphone coming down, or? Oh, okay.
I'd like to make an amendment to the fire engine for $550,000 to make that $0.
Okay, so this is an amendment to remove the West Falmouth Station engine?
That's for a fire engine, for a used fire engine for $550,000. and make it $0. And this is very well documented. And the staff and leadership of the department have explained it very well on page 56. And it's part of our protocol and practice to maintain the vehicles past the fire code or the NFPA recommendations. And so our mechanics can tickle some extra time out of these engines, and there's no issue within the fire department and their administration and management of their people or resources. But the issue is that we are running a 6-station model that was adopted under public pressure, adopted by the select board. And we've already purchased one used engine, and now we're asking for $550,000 for a replacement engine. I won't document it, it's in the papers here. And the reason being that the new engines to be custom built to fit in that building would cost more than $1 million with about a 4-year lead time. And so there are additional expenses that were discussed but not brought to this meeting of $250,000 to repair and remodel the West Falmouth Fire Station. All this because the select board decided we should have a 6-station model. This is an unnecessary and extravagant use of our money. You saw Mr. Renshaw's report of a couple $100 million over the next few years. But if you look at the spreadsheet in the back of the book, you'll see our capital spending in today's dollars is projected to be almost $900 million. You can be sure that's in inflation adjusted numbers, $1.5 billion or more. And so I'd like to close by just reminding people about the McGrath report and the recommendation that they made. It's just a couple of brief sentences that'll put all of this in context. And if you have any questions about our ability to deliver acceptable or even superior fire rescue services without the West Falmouth Station, we have the resources here who can answer that question. It's not me. I'm not an expert in delivering these services. But I've done some research, and I think this was a very well done report, and it said that the software identified the ideal locations for the 5 fire station response model. 3 out of the current 5 fire stations, headquarters, Woods Hole, and East Falmouth, were strategically located to execute this response model. And fire station number 3, North Falmouth, was close to the ideal fire station location identified by the software. The biggest recommended change was the elimination of fire station number 4, West Falmouth, and replacing it with a new fire station centrally located in the town. And in this case, the town has an equitable 4-minute response time for 78% of all incidents. And I want to thank town meeting and everyone who enabled and delivered the Hatchville Fire Station. That's the new station they were talking about. But I think as responsible stewards of our tax dollars and seeing the increasing capital bills that we're facing, we need to address this seriously. I know that the citizens were riled up and they put the select board under a lot of pressure, but having this expense and including the operating expense besides the capital expense, we need to seriously consider why we're running that station number 6.
We're at the 4 minutes. So we have a motion on the floor to remove the line item for $550,000, the engine for the West Falmouth Station. Discussion on the amendment. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Doug Brown, Select Board. So that study was predetermined that it was going to be a 5-station model. If you read the introduction, it says they were tasked with developing a design for a 5-station model. So until we have the Northwest combination, I feel like we need to continue to support and staff 6 stations. When we do the combination West-North, if we ever do, then we can cut back a little, but if we have a station, we have to, put the equipment in it to make it work.
Okay. Okay, further discussion? Mr. Sells?
Paul Sellers, Precinct 6. The characterization that having this fire station in West Falmouth is an extravagance. I kind of take exception to that. I actually like personal safety, professional safety, public safety, paramount more than anything else in town. And as was pointed out, we do not have a plan at this point to consolidate the West Falmouth and the North Falmouth station anytime soon. So it would be a detriment to public safety to diminish the staffing levels that we currently have with the 6-station format. It was pointed out that the previous study that was done was based on our desire to see a 5-station format, but we are at 6 stations. We really need to maintain that until we come up with a plan to consolidate the North Falmouth and West Falmouth villages, if that takes place. We've already seen the hardship that we've had trying to find viable, suitable sites for a police station. Trying to find one for the North Falmouth, West Falmouth consolidation plan is going to be equally as hard, and it's going to take several years in the future before we can come to some agreement or plan to make that happen. So in the interim, and for public safety, we need to maintain the West Falmouth station. This is a small price to pay for the comfort and the safety of the people within all of the villages. The West Falmouth station is consistently going out on runs throughout town, covering Woods Hole, North Falmouth as well. So it is a viable station. It's still active, and we still need to maintain it. So I would ask that you strike down this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. Duffany?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Duffany, Precinct 6. I had the pleasure of sitting on the siting committee for the new Hatchville Fire Station. And I got to tell you what an eye-opener it was for me to read the reports and to understand the nature of siting and what's involved in a public facility like this and what you need to consider. And one of the things that we learned in this, which wasn't accepted with a smile, was that the North Falmouth Fire Station is really too far to the north, and it services its distance, it's 4 minutes, services somewhat the town of Bourne. And if we were to close the West Falmouth Fire Station while opening the the Hatchville Station, we would just transfer the problem that we had in Neshomet to West Falmouth. And so that is why I would continue to encourage us to keep the station open. And they're being really, I think that they're really handling this quite well with the finding a piece of equipment that fits in the station and not spending the millions of dollars that we need, because we need another station, folks. And the two stations aren't that far apart from where they need to be, but if we can combine them, we can get rid of one of the stations and serve us all better. In the meantime, we got to stay the way we are, or one of us is going to suffer. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Antonucci.
Bob Antonucci, Precinct 6. I think we're getting away from the scope of the article. If you read the write-up in the back of the book, it's to replace an engine that is corroding. This is what the article is about. It's not about redistricting. It's not about building another fire station. We had that debate. That debate will come again. The fire chief has recommended strongly to replace an engine. It's like when we have a car that runs not well anymore, we replace it. So I would hope you would turn down the amendment, accept the recommendation of the town manager and the fire chief. They're our experts on the field. We want our firefighters to have safe vehicles. The vehicle they're currently using is not safe. It's corroding.
Okay, the question will come on the amendment, which is to remove the line item for $550,000. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. And it shares that the noes have it by a majority. Anything else under the fire department? Emergency Communication Center? Marine and Environmental Services? School Department? DPW Administration and Engineering? Duffany? The other Mr. Duffany?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Todd Duffany, Precinct 4. I'm standing up here to put a plug in for the youth of this town. As many of you know about the baseball fields, we're in a position where we have to spend some money on it. I'd like to make an amendment to add another $2.5 million. Yep. It would have been less if we can't use CPC funding for artificial turf. And I know that's a huge contention around the town of Falmouth, but as somebody that's grown up in the town, I've played on pretty much every field in town, and as an adult, it's a major difference when you go artificial turf. And when you start seeing some of the kids that are playing on artificial turf fields, there's a big game changer for all those kids too. Right now, with a grass field, you can't play after it rains. You can't play. Last week, I was it rained on Monday night. I went down the Sandwich Road field, and it was totally soaked and wet on the infield. Talking to some of the volunteers, it takes about 4 to 5 hours to get the water off the field so the kids can play. And they may not even play that day. They might have to cancel the game and go to another team's field because they have artificial turf. So when you start looking at the field, and I implore all of you guys to go down there and take a look at the Little League field now. It is a labor of love to try to keep that field in tip-top shape. So I was hoping that CPC would still be able to utilize here if we had some creative funding and maybe jump this up maybe $400,000 or $500,000, but because it's got CPC funds attached to it, that's where this money comes from. So, Mr. Moderator, if you want to.
So the main motion here is under the John Neal Youth Baseball Fields to strike out the number 3.2 million and insert in its place 5.7 million, all from certified free cash with the stipulation that it be used for 2 artificial turf fields at the complex. That's the amendment. The discussion on the amendment. Mr. Netto?
Joe Netto, Precinct 9, to the chairman of the FinCom, through you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Schwagel, do we have an extra $2.5 million? And does this go beyond, Mr. Moderator, our second question is, does this go beyond the scope of the article? We're appropriating funds, and now we want to change the character of a field.
Yeah, so the petitioner did ask me that, and I went back to town meeting time, and it took a good part of the afternoon to come up with that. And based on previous precedent that we've used, it's for the field, and being more specific on the field would be within the scope. The specificity is artificial turf, and then incidental to going to artificial turf is an increased cost. And so therefore, I said it would be within the scope of the article because of the incidental piece of it. That's such a large increase in number,
Yeah.
and the specificity being the type of field that would be replacing the existing field.
Well, before we get to the money then, didn't we have a report where we had a governmental body that discouraged the use of artificial fields in Falmouth? And I think that this amendment, not only money-wise, $2.5 million, is opening up another Pandora's box onto the discussion of grass fields versus synthetic, which I don't think we should be doing at this time now. That's my opinion. But Mr. Schwagel, do we have an extra $2.5 million kicking around?
Well, that's an opinion, but I can give you the numbers. If you vote everything that's in this budget, the way it's set, there will be remaining free cash of $4 million. Okay? And this will take up a little over half of that.
Thank you.
Oh, well, I'm not done.
Oh.
The opinion part. Keep in mind that we're halfway through the fiscal year. And a lot of that free cash was meant to roll over to be used in the operating budget area because they have things that are coming up in the operating budget. And right now they can't anticipate everything that they're going to have. $4 million rollover is quite small for this town. I don't know if you know it or not, we spend $13 million a month in various expenses for salaries, everything you can think of. So they should have a lot more than $4 million. We're dropping every year, and that's getting dangerous. And the other thing is the select board has a fiscal policy, and that is it should go through the capital process to be considered as, do we want to do this? It goes through the select board, it comes to the finance committee. That's the process that they have in place, and that's how it should be done. The town might want to borrow the money. Maybe they don't have the cash. So these are considerations that should be taken up rather than budgeting on the fly. $2.5 million is astronomical amount just to come up and make an amendment. I'll give you, that's the opinion part, Mr. Knight.
I would thoroughly concur with the chairman of the FinCom, and it would be irresponsible for us as town meeting members who have to pass every dollar spent in this town in a budget process and what we're doing now, except for Proposition 2.5 override. If you took Mr. Schwegel's figures, that would only leave the town with $1.5 million to operate from now to June 30th. I would hope that you would turn this amendment down. Thank you.
Mr. Latimer?
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I've addressed this issue before. I am opposed to this amendment because it is fiscally unwise. When we spend $2 million locally to rehabilitate a field using local contractors, using town employees, that money stays in town. Those people that we pay, our tax dollars, then purchase goods and services from local people who pay taxes. They pay the contractors and the town employees pay local taxes back to us with that money that they've earned. They pay sales taxes back to us with their purchases. When we take $3 million and give it to a company 100 miles away, that money is gone. It's disappeared. It never gets back to Falmouth in any shape or form. This is fiscally unwise, and I would say vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Goldstone?
Jed Goldstone, Precinct 2. I'm a member of the Board of Health. The Board of Health, at the request of town management, reviewed a proposal to install artificial soccer fields at Trotting Park. And we came to a inconclusive decision, balancing the extent of play versus the potential health risks, environmental risks of artificial turf. However, during that discussion, one of the aspects that we did discuss, although it was not asked of us, was the balance of play on baseball fields versus soccer fields. And we did actually informally decide that baseball fields, we would not recommend artificial turf. So, however, that said, I would, if we do, we could, it would be better to have a broader discussion of that amongst town meeting members than have it come up in this sort of amendment.
Okay, I've got 3 hands over here, so why don't we take the mic and then pass it down the aisle there in the first division. Yep.
Hi, Tom Dignas, Precinct 3. Would it be appropriate, Mr. Moderator, at this point to call the question on this?
You could.
I would like to, yes.
Okay, this is to close discussion. It requires 2/3 on just this amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair is that the ayes have it by the 2/3, and the question will come on the amendment. The amendment is to increase the line item for the baseball fields from $3.2 million to $5.7 million specifying that funds would be used for 2 artificial turf fields. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. No. It's been to the chairs that the noes have it by a majority. Anything else on DPW, administration, and engineering? Coastal resiliency, highway, fleet services, parks, wastewater, water, recreation, and beaches. Dr. Schneider.
Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4, Chair of the Beach Committee. The Beach Committee is a can-do committee, and we believe in doing everything we can to try to extend the life of our beaches and to improve our environment. And as such, we did a lot of scrambling and a lot of research, and we would like to amend the purchase of the Ford Ranger for the beach department, which is then shared with the DPW in the off-season, and we would like that to become, for the same amount of money, a Ford Maverick with a bed extender. With doing that, we can decrease, for 15,000 miles of use, the use of gas from 682 gallons down to 395 gallons. We can improve the emissions greatly, and we will be going in the right direction. And we certainly think that the beach department, which is in agreement with this, and as is the fleet director, thinks that this is the right move. So I hope you will allow us to make that change. Thank you.
Okay, the amendment is just a change from a Ford Ranger to a Ford Maverick. The amount stays the same. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question will come on. Yep, back right. Ms. Freitag.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Melissa Freitag, Precinct 6. Just a quick question for the chair, please. A Ford Maverick, is that a hybrid? Is it a plug-in hybrid? Is it? It's a normal hybrid. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question will come on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Okay, the question will come on the main motion as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 9, Mr. Chairman. Yep.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 9 as recommended.
Okay, as recommended, the sum of $4,450,000 appropriated to fund the engineering, permitting, and design of the new police station and to authorize borrowing pursuant to the statute. Discussion on Article 9. Mr. Goldstone. This is going to require 2/3 because it authorizes borrowing. Mr. Goldstone.
So how was this number determined? I don't know who I'm asking.
Mr. Johnson, sir.
Mr. Moderator, if I may. So the number was determined based on the defining the need and the gross square footage of the building. And, you know, there's some element of the design cost that is based on the site. I think, Mr. Goldstone, based on your question at the precinct meeting, you're getting at the question of does the design cost change based on the change in site? And the answer is not substantially. Knowing what we know about the two sites, we still intend to bring the design cost within the amount printed in your warrant. I can't guarantee that we will be successful, so our escape hatch is if we do need more funds, we would come back in April. But the goal would be to complete the design with the funds as printed in the warrant.
So the estimated construction costs are 65 million, if I'm roughly, based on earlier.
That's
and so
correct.
this is some, maybe 8% of that 65 million. Is that more or less?
That's essentially correct. It's not purely applying a percent to the cost. It's also about, you know, how many hours does it take of design work to create the facility we're looking to create.
Yeah, so I do have questions on the ultimate design costs, and I don't know if this is, Mr. Moderator, if this is the appropriate venue for that, the ultimate building costs rather than design costs. So.
Well, you try it and we'll see if it goes sideways.
My question is that Lexington in 2023 funded and Lexington is approximately the same size as Falmouth in terms of population, funded the design of a new police station, and their costs are $38 million, and they include solar and solar panels and solar batteries and things like that on that. So that's why I'm just questioning why our costs are approximately twice theirs, not quite twice theirs.
So I'll take a stab at it. I don't, you know, I actually got my start in municipal government working for the town of Lexington, so I'm familiar with it. It is a different community. It does not have a seasonal population. And the construction costs have not doubled in that time. I don't know if it was constructed in 23.
No, it was funded in 23.
Funded in 23. Okay, so we're 3 years behind that. So part of it is that. Part of it is seasonal population. And again, I was not intimately involved in the design process. Obviously, in Lexington, I know that we went through a very thorough process with defining the need, and we have the study that was referenced by Boyd DeMello that you all can read on the Public Safety Advisory Committee website, which goes into some detail about the staffing needs of the department, and that is what is driving the cost.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Rafferty.
Stephen Rafferty from Precinct 2. I did attend a couple of the meetings, and there's been a lot of discussion about the siting issue. I hope moving forward that there'll be an opportunity to sort of take a look at the basis of the design. As we heard earlier in Mr. DeMello's presentation, they talked about a staffing currently in the 67 range, going to 86 and eventually to 106. And they said that the size of the facility they need is based upon population and national averages. I would ask that there be an opportunity to take a hard look, if you will. There are a lot of spaces in town that training can be done in. I don't know that the police department has to have their own training space. I also would point out that of our permanent population, a very high percentage of us, I'm seeing a few white hairs out there in addition to myself, is not a young, rambunctious population. So comparing other communities on purely a population base and not taking into account some of the demographics and characteristics, we may be pursuing a bigger building than we need, and I would hope that we can do everything we can to get some input and understanding of the scale of what's being asked for. To understand if we really need it as big as we can. I would hope that we could design a facility that should in 15 or 20 years the demographics change in this community, it could be easily expanded to add more people to it. But to put it all in now based upon some future projections against other communities that don't have the same demographics as ours may be an overreach and over expenditure. I am in favor of a new police station, and I do believe the proposed site is an adequate site to work with. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cummings.
Jim Cummings, Precinct 8, also a member of your police department. In terms of future building costs, we don't have to look to Lexington. We can look right next door to Mashpee. They are constructing a building that is about half the size of this proposed building, and it's pushing on the $40 million mark right now. So I think if you look at that and take it into perspective, we're right on target of where we want to be, if not a little bit better. Secondly, as far as demographics, population was one of the 4 metrics that was used to design the staffing needs done by Captain DaCosta. He took into a lot of things into account: coastal communities, demographics, crime rates, our current crime rates. The building, schematic building that you see, like they said, and Boyd said in the presentation, was reduced dramatically. If you put all that in, it was an enormous building. I will give you that. They cut a lot of the things out of it. However, they let us have expansion. Right now, we don't have enough space for the officers we have. We don't have enough for the 67. And if we want to add things that the town manager and the select board have indicated are priorities for them, whether it's a traffic unit, whether it's expanded community services, we have clinicians that don't have privacy because they have cubicles in the records department. All these initiatives that make a great police department better and move towards that 21st century policing model, we need those things in our department now. The department also, the schematic designs that they have, do allow for future building if we need to expand. I don't think it's wise for us to say, well, we might get smaller, we might need a police department less. That has not been the case at all. All right? If anything, our role has expanded dramatically. In the 20 years I've been a police officer, we do a lot more things now that I would have never imagined when I was a cadet in the police academy. We need to build this right. We need to build it for the future. We need to build it smartly, and I think the committee, both committees, the internal and the external committee, have done a great job to set the town up for a very successful police department in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Donahue?
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3. Could I ask you a question, Mr. Moderator? Have we decided on the site yet?
So the select board took a vote on Thursday night for the Augusta parcel off of Brick Hill Road.
But this body has to vote on it also, correct?
No.
No. So it's going to be Brick Hill Road, that's it. It's going to be in a residential community, and it's surrounded by a residential community, going out into a street that the opposite corner is an entrance to a housing development that's being built today. That doesn't make sense, but talking about the issue of what are we going to have for a building, I think it's very, very important that we definitely think of the future of the town of Falmouth. I used to come here when the town of Falmouth had a population of around 11,000 people. Today it's, I don't know, 40,000 odd. Does anybody have a number? In the summertime, we say it goes up to 125,000, 130,000. You know, we have to build for the 130, not for the 40. These are questions that we all have to understand, that we have to build for potential, not for maybe what it is today. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on this one? Yep, Dr. Schneider. We have a mic on this side, yeah? Oh.
Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4. I just want to say that I don't know what part of town Mr. Rafferty is referring to, but in East Falmouth, we really like to keep the police busy, and we're not really very sedentary.
Hey, that's my stomping ground.
And they do a really good job of helping in all different ways. It's the first time in a long time that we've had police actually being able to make sure people are stopping for school buses. All these things are going on. We need to support our police and what they're asking for here. This is not going to be a lesser need as we go forward, and I hope you will support what they're asking for. They have done amazing work to get to this point. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, back right.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Swartz, Precinct 3. And I don't stand up in opposition to building a new police station because it's desperately needed, and no one is dismissing what the officers said are the needs of the town. I think it's just about the transparency going forward on what we're going to build, because I look at a project that's going on for a public safety building today in Taunton, which is a police and fire station on a 45-acre lot that was built at $70 million. So I think it's more about us being able to see what's going into it and understanding that as we get to the process of the borrowing at $65 million. Thank you.
Okay. Back of the center division.
Peggy Nickerson, Precinct 3. I know people aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but, you know, I was on the Senior Center Building Committee, and that building's pretty full right now, and we tried to build that out for the future. I was on the new Hatchville Fire Station Building Committee. One of the things that we did for those two buildings is a value engineering. The value engineering on this building, once they get further along, will be done, and they will look at areas that they can possibly try and cut. Like we did with the fire station, we found areas we could cut back and make a little bit smaller to try and have some cost savings. But I just want to say that what really disappoints me is on one of the first new police station meetings that we had here, I don't know if it was the end of September, 30 people showed up. It was really disappointing to see 30 people show up and voice their opinions and comments. And I can't tell you how many went to the next meeting, but I know it wasn't very many. There's also public meetings. All the public meetings for the senior center, when we were going through the whole building of that, whether it was the bid process or the actual building of it, and in the new fire station, nobody ever showed up. Maybe at the fire station, 1 or 2 times did we see people ever show up and ask questions. But those are public meetings. You should be showing up and voicing your concerns at those meetings. That's where they're going to discuss this. That's where they're going to talk about the design. And when you have concerns, bring it up then. Be part of this. I mean, it's just a shame to go to some of these meetings and people are not being part of. You want to complain. You see it all over social media that people want to complain after the fact. But be part of it. Because I got to tell you, it's really frustrating to see no one show up and then everyone wants to complain after. Thank you.
The question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. And the chair said that the ayes have it unanimously, and I declare the 2/3 majority. Article 11. Mr. Chairman of the Select Board for the main motion.
Yes. Motion to vote Article 11 as printed.
Okay, this is to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court to amend the charter so that the town clerk's position would go from elected to appointed. Who held this one? Yep. Microphone to my left. Oh, you held it? Okay.
Over here.
Yep, okay, to the right.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gina Weber, Precinct 9. So the state of Massachusetts has 351 towns or municipalities. Of those municipalities, only 20% have a town clerk that is appointed as opposed to elected. The town clerk's job very closely allies with each and every one of our residents. The town clerk interacts with most of us for many different things, whether it's marriage licenses, birth certificates, dog licenses. But the most important thing and the most important job that our town clerks have is running our town elections. I feel like it's really important that everyone think long and hard about turning this into an appointed position, because the person who's in charge of all of our elections, in my opinion, and in the opinion of about 80% of Massachusetts, should be elected by the general populace. It is not required that our town manager be someone who is living in our town, a resident of our town, and this article would put it in their purview to appoint the person who's in charge of our elections and many of our other rights as citizens of the town of Falmouth. Thank you.
Okay, to my left.
Hi, Jenny McCarthy Taylor, Precinct 6. I think it's really important that we can still elect a town clerk because we're here at a representative government, right? We're not every single person in this town is getting a voice, so I think taking away something that we can choose is not going to help keep representing all members of our town.
Okay, further discussion? Yep. Shigel. Microphone over here in the center division on the right.
Deborah Siegel, Precinct 6. The last thing we need to see is more politics entering this sort of position. We have been extraordinarily fortunate in the town clerk we've had, Mr. Palmer, and I thank him for that. Having somebody be appointed because of their expertise and their honesty and their reliability by other people we've elected to do those jobs is what's crucial here, not leaving it open to electoral politics. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Yep, Lichtenstein. No, I called Ms. Lichtenstein in the center division, and then we'll put you on the list. Yep.
Could we have our excellent town clerk, Michael Palmer, say why we're doing this, why it was asked to be changed, please?
Michael Palmer. I am the Falmouth Town Clerk. I've been here for the past 24 years. The job has changed dramatically in the last 24 years to what we have today. It is not a political position, it's an administrative position. And yes, the trend in the state is, as Ms. Gina said, has been switching to more and more towns, switching to an appointed town clerk. And that's just gradually over time. Before it was 10% of the towns were appointed and 90% were elected. So over the course of time, we see that shifting to an appointed position. What this will do, it opens up the pool of people that one wouldn't normally run for election because they're not a political person. They wouldn't want to put their name on the ballot, and they wouldn't want to stand on corners and wave at people or whatever you may have. And it opens it up to those people. They can still apply. And then it also opens up to the people who would put their name on the ballot and who run for election. But the biggest thing, it opens up to somebody that could possibly have experience as a town clerk. Again, the position in the last 24 years I have seen has changed dramatically. It is more of an administrative position than an elected or political position. For example, early voting by mail has extremely changed how we operate elections. It's administrative. There's a lot of stuffing envelopes, recording votes. It's not overseen by, it doesn't have to be overseen by an elected official. You need somebody with the experience, and this will open up the pool to allow more experienced people to apply for this job. If anybody has any other questions, I certainly would address them.
Okay, and the left.
Elizabeth Klein, Precinct 6. I would like to just acknowledge Mr. Palmer's thoughtful comments, and I think, like I would not try and tell my doctor how to do his job, I'm going to take the advice of this person who's been in a role for a long time very seriously. I've also only lived in Falmouth since 2010, but in that time I have been an active voter in town, and I struggle to recall a year in which that election for town clerk was competitive with multiple candidates running. I've happily voted for Mr. Palmer, and I feel confident in his advice in this area. Thank you.
Okay. If you could just pass the mic behind, yeah, right behind the next row.
It's ironic that we're talking about elections as if there's some peculiar thing that happens when people are elected. All the people up here understand they've been elected. And I think we can leave it up to the people to decide who we want as the town leaders. And I think we should continue with a wonderful job that Mr. Palmer has been doing. He was elected, and I trust the people to elect people. Appointments, we don't know.
Okay, Ms. Whitehead.
Lynn Whitehead, Precinct 1. You know, it takes a great skill, very many skills to be a clerk, like Michael Palmer. And any elected person, you don't know what skills they have, and how can we judge that? Only people who are looking at the skills that are needed should be the ones to choose, and it should be an appointed position so you know that person is qualified. And I don't think an elected person would be, how do we know? I think it's just like a teacher. You want a good teacher. How do you be a good teacher? Is she that elected or he elected? No. You have to know that they have the skills. Mr. Palmer knows exactly what those skills should be, and it's changed over the years. I know that. So we need someone that's appointed that we know is going to be thoroughly vetted. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harris.
Mary Harris, Precinct 5. Yes, that might be 80% of the town clerks in Massachusetts that are elected, but I'd like to point out that 83% of those towns are much smaller than Falmouth. We are in the top 20% by population, and it's a lot more complex the larger the organization.
Okay, Dr. Schneider.
Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4, and my husband and I have worked elections in this town, every election for a lot of years now, and we have watched the change, and it is massive. And it is someone like Michael Palmer who dots every I, who stays up all night making sure when we come to work on an election, everything is perfect by the time we walk in that door. That is not going to happen from an elected official that you don't know everything about them, and we need someone really vetting someone who comes forward. Please listen to Michael. We have seen the change. We know what it's like to go through a recount, what it takes. This is not something you want to take lightly and say, oh, I want to hold that power. I want the power in the right person's hand to get the elections right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schwegel. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Whether it's elected or appointed, I found it interesting that in the explanation it said the appointment would be subject to the approval of the select board. I don't know of any position in town that has that requirement in place. The town manager can hire the police chief and let the select board know as a courtesy that he's doing that. It's not subject to their approval, and unless I'm wrong on this, I am wrong. I'm just told I am wrong. They can deny it. So if this was done where the town manager could do it without their approval, it would remove that one aspect of somebody brought up about town clerk being in charge of elections, and then it become a political thing, and it goes from there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Latimer.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. The town clerk's job is apolitical. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not like people running for office for selectmen where they will have political objectives that voters will agree with or not agree with. Since it is apolitical, it's never made sense to me why it is an elected position. The first speaker on this brought up the the bugaboo, well, what if somebody is elected and commits some kind of offense and violates the apolitical nature of the job? Well, the short answer to that is, if it's an appointed position, it's a lot easier to get rid of the person and a lot easier to find a replacement. So I would support this article to make it an appointment.
Okay, Ms. Freitag.
Thank you. Melissa Freitag, Precinct 6, and a couple of questions about this. I very much appreciate Mr. Palmer's work here in the town, and I understand the arguments for making this an appointed rather than an elected position. But is not the town clerk in the charter? Would we have to rewrite the town charter, amend the town charter in order to change this?
This is authorizing the select board to petition the general court to change the charter.
To change the charter. So then we would have to do that. In the charter, does it actually require the town clerk to be a resident of Falmouth?
Well, to be an elected official, you have to reside in the...
That's what I thought. So,
yeah.
but we're changing it to appointed. So would all of the requirements that are currently in the charter, would they go along with the transition?
Yeah, so there isn't a specific written requirement. It's inherent on a municipal elected official to be in the jurisdiction of the election.
Yeah, but if we change it to appointed, will all of those requirements that go along with the current regulations transfer into the new appointed position?
Mr. Johnson.
So as a division head, the town clerk would fall under the charter provision whereby the positions are appointed by the town manager. They are subject to a residency requirement. The appointment is subject to approval of the select board per the charter, and the charter has a provision that allows the select board to waive the residency requirement. So yes, this is a charter change, and that is the change that would be in effect if the charter is changed as proposed.
So ultimately, though, this is then in the hands of the select board, even though the town manager would be making the appointment. Yeah.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bissonnette.
Hi, Karen Bissonnette, Precinct 2. Could I call the question, please?
Okay. This is a motion to close discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Pin shares that the ayes have it by the 2/3, and the question is closed. The question will now come on the main motion. As printed, this is to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court to amend through a special legislation the charter of the town so that the town clerk would be appointed rather than elected. All those in favor of the main motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The pin of the chair is that the ayes have it by a majority. The article passes, and the meeting will stand in recess for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back up and start again.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate underwriters.
Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911.
The attorneys at Oppenheim and Nickerson LLC have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. Liam Maguire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. Enjoy our kitchen department with a wide selection of kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Find your home repair needs at our hardware store. Our friendly staff is available to assist with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn Carpet One is a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpeting and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, custom area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry. Proudly serving Falmouth and other Cape communities for over 50 years. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287. At K&K, we believe that growth starts with the right people. We're more than just a staffing company. We're partners in your journey. www.kktalentpartners.com. Ermine Lovell Real Estate, 550 West Falmouth Highway, 508-548-0703. Dalpe Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. info@dalpeexcavation.com. Take care of all your banking needs at Martha's Vineyard Bank. Your goals, our guidance. Visit us today in Falmouth and Woods Hole, mvbank.com. Mike and Linda Bullard, Doggz Hoggz, 781 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 508-548-FOOD. DoggzandHoggz.com. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. The Falmouth EDIC's mission is to create, promote, and support a vibrant business climate which enhances our community. Friends of Nobska Light, the keepers of your lighthouse, committed to its preservation, education, and access. friendsofnobska.org. The Fox team provides complimentary property marketing analyses. 508-548-2101. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M.Duffany Builders, 508-540-3625. The Cape Cod Vibe, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. Murray and MacDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Hannoush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Denny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. Turning Point Dance Studio and the Sea Captain's Nutcracker are proud to sponsor FCTV and extend our wishes for a wonderful holiday season to all. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Waquoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Waquoit, 508-548-5269. Neighborhood Falmouth is looking for volunteers. You can make a difference in the life of an older Falmouth resident. Check us out at neighborhoodfalmouth.org. The Middle East Forum of Falmouth, a summer lecture and discussion series to foster a better understanding of the Middle East. Visit us at www.meff.world. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Shaw's Supermarket.
Please come forward to reestablish the quorum.
Thank you.
We haven't forgotten though. We're still coming after you.
Oh, geez, I just got I was using this for a timer, not looking at the text. Okay, we're going to queue up a slide. Can we do this one for like 2 minutes as folks come in, and we'll do the quorum call. All town meeting members present, please come forward for the reestablishment of the quorum. Press 1A if you're here. Press 2B if you're not.
I want to be able to vote. Yeah. Now I can. Good to see you. How you doing? Town meeting? Where's the baby? Baby, what, like driving now? No. I have, and everybody's fine. Oh, that's you. So you tell me.
Pick up here on Article 12. I had some questions during the break, so for those that are in the balcony, if you would like to speak on any of the articles that are here, you just kind of stand up. You see me looking up there every once in a while, just stand up and wave, and I'll put you on a list, and then as we rotate around here, I'll recognize you. The microphone is in the center on the stand, and that microphone is actually turned off right now, so when you get up to speak, you just press the button on the bottom after I recognize you to speak. We also, I don't know that an announcement was made earlier, but for those that aren't aware, if you're having trouble hearing, we do have these electronic hearing devices down here on the edge of the stage where you put it on and it picks up the feed from the microphones and you can adjust the volume. So there's a few more down here on the corner if anybody would benefit from those. Again, town meeting members, please press 1A for the reestablishment of a quorum. By a counted vote of 219, we have a quorum, and I call the annual town meeting back into session. Article 12, Mr. Chairman of the Select Board for the main motion. Yep, microphone.
Thank you. I just want to alert you to a problem which you may not know about because you all got to be here early.
Parking, I heard, was an issue.
The parking was a serious issue. I've never seen it that bad before. And I'm just suggesting that we try to solve this before the next town meeting because it doesn't seem right that town meeting members, even if they get here a half hour early, can't find a place to park. So, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote Article 12 as printed.
Okay, as printed, this is to authorize the Select Board to accept from New England Cape Cod Country Club the land 41 Theater Drive. We have an opening presentation.
Good evening. For the record, Matt Terry, attorney from the law firm of Alman Clower in Falmouth. I have with me this evening Manjur Vahora from Pure Sky Energy. Before I begin my presentation, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask town meeting's approval, since I'm not a Falmouth resident, to allow me to speak as well as Manjur Vahora. We have consultants as well who are in attendance who may answer questions throughout the course of the discussion. Raul Lazardi, Brian Madden, and Lawrence Cook.
Okay, so we're going to just take a procedural vote to allow them to speak since they're not resident citizens or taxpayers of the town. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I wanted to start with just a brief summation of the purposes of Articles 12 and 13. We're continuing our partnership with the town on these 3 ground-mounted solar array projects, which began in 2019 with site design and conceptual plans, engagement with abutters and other stakeholders in 2020, and then with a non-binding MOU with the Select Board in September of 2022, which expresses municipal interest in the property donation and ground leases. Tonight, we are asking town meeting whether the town wants to maximize the benefits it derives from the projects by accepting donations of the land, controlling its future, placing 55 acres into immediate conservation as open space, and reserving approximately 82 acres for future municipal use, which could include additional conservation. Tonight is not a referendum on the projects as a whole. If Articles 12 and 13 do not pass, the projects will continue. Pure Sky will remain under a private contract to purchase, and after closing, will retain private ownership of the properties. After removal of the arrays, Pure Sky would be free to sell the properties to a private buyer, with the open space acreage continuing in permanent conservation. We are asking town meeting to pass Articles 12 and 13 because our strong preference would be to have the town as our partner. This is actually the 4th municipality that Pure Sky and I have worked with to implement this structure. We've successfully implemented it with the towns of Sandwich, Wilbraham, and Amherst. Amherst is a recently completed project that's also on a repurposed golf course. Pure Sky seeks municipal partners to hold permanent conservation, open space acreage, to explore additional town acreage opportunities, and to demonstrate commitment to the community. Just to go back and reset a little bit about where we've been and where we're going on this project, outreach to the community began in June of 2020, so over 5 years ago, including with individual neighbors and abutters and groups like the Coonamessett Pond Association and the Lockstead Association. In June of 2021, we appeared before town meeting with the Coonamessett Pond Association and abutters. Town meeting approved our article to include this property in the solar overlay district with approximately 80% of town meeting members voting in favor. Prior to that, we had appeared at the planning board and they unanimously recommended adoption of that article. This vote in 2021 was taken with much discussion both before and at town meeting. I went back and looked today, and the transcript from the 2021 town meeting ran for 58 pages. And that vote was taken in specific contemplation of these projects. Over the last 5 years, we have appeared at over 25 public meetings and hearings. So that doesn't count meetings with local nonprofits, private meetings with abutters, and stakeholders, meetings with professional staff here at the town, meetings with Cape Cod Commission staff. These are public hearings, 25, many of which have resulted in improvements to the project. This has been a lengthy, deliberative, and cooperative process. This fall, we came out of the Cape Cod Commission process after a few years' worth of meetings with their expert staff, which featured a number of plan revisions and improvements. And after 5 public hearings before the Cape Cod Commission, they voted 14-1 to approve the project. In terms of next steps, we'll be at the planning board for site plan review this month, which is an advisory process confirming that the projects comply with the Falmouth zoning bylaw. We would then proceed to close on the purchase of the property and apply for building permits. One final small point that I wanted to make, a factual one on the decommissioning agreement, which I'm sure we'll discuss at greater length. One of the agreements that we're asking you to authorize the town to negotiate this evening, it's a decommissioning agreement. It provides that Pure Sky will pay for a bond that will be issued in the name of the town that will be based, the value of that bond will be based on an estimate to remove the array. That estimate will be vetted both internally and externally by town consultants. There's also a requirement throughout the lifespan of that decommissioning agreement that that estimate be revisited every 5 years. To the extent the cost is increased within that 5-year span, the bond then gets increased, which means that if the town ever had to pull on that bond to remove the array, the town would not incur any costs or expenses. But like I said, we'll come back to that. So I'll hand the mic over to Manjur Vahora of Pure Sky for his portion of the presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manjur Vahora with Pure Sky Energy. I'd like to open up with a letter from the Cape Cod Country Club owner, David Friel. As stated, he said, "Dear residents of Falmouth, my name is David Friel, and I'd like to provide some context on how I decided to sell Cape Cod Country Club. My family has owned and operated Cape Cod Country Club for over 40 years. Several years ago, around 2015, I began to think about selling the Cape Cod Country Club. I started researching possibilities and considered zoning matters and restrictions. I spoke to land specialists, engineers, professional developers, 40B experts, attorneys, the 300 Committee, and others. I've been in the golf club business my entire life, so I knew what the property was worth as a golf course. Several people have approached us with stories of a rich best friend who wanted to purchase the CCCC, or others who were going out to put a group together to buy the club. Only once in 15 years was there a follow-up conversation, and that was very short. Large pieces of land and golf clubs are very difficult to sell. In early 2020, through a local attorney who we had been working with, I learned that there was a solar company developing a project in a nearby town. Our attorney set up a meeting, and we began to discuss the possibility of leasing our property to a solar company. As we worked out the details, the company agreed to donate the land to the town shortly after the purchase was complete. I knew that the town of Falmouth liked to conserve land. I had some involvement when the 300 Committee put together the deal to purchase all of the land around our property. I believed that a sustainable energy project where the town would own the land, have no noise, have no traffic, need no town services, and have a portion of the donated land preserved as conservation seemed like a win for everyone. We're very proud of our stewardship of the Cape Cod Country Club. We try to provide great quality, affordable golf to the public. We are extremely thankful to the team of professionals who we have at the Cape Cod Country Club who make it all work. They are the hardworking, talented people behind our product. Sincerely, David Friel. And then I will also be going through a brief overview of the project. Beginning with the site plan here, you can see this is three separate community solar projects spanning 57 acres and adding up to 13.5 megawatts AC. The panels for this project are bifacial monocrystalline panels. They don't contain any hazardous materials. It's just silicon, silver, and aluminum. The battery storage system and other pieces of equipment on equipment pads, there are 3 equipment pads throughout the 3 sites. The battery storage system has additional containment that we work together with the Cape Cod Commission outside of the container that it is housed in with itself. Additional containment is a metal roof above it to prevent water from mixing in with any thermal runway that may come out, and also a raised concrete pad edges to keep liquid or any fluid from going outside of the concrete pad. So within the container itself, there are several layers of containment. There's the cell, and the cell lives in a battery pack, and the pack lives in the racking, and then the racking all live in the container. The container itself is weatherproof and is certified NFPA for various protections from external and internal factors. The course itself currently is about 2 million square feet of fairways. The project is proposed to convert that fairway into a pollinator meadow. This, in turn, provides great benefits to water quality, to the Coonamاسset Pond, to Round Pond, to the wetlands around the area by reducing the nitrogen loading to about 6,600 pounds. And in coordination with this, we're also agreed to fund about $400,000 water quality study for the Coonamessett Pond over the next 10 years to observe the impacts that, the prior, current, and then when the system is in place and how that kind of impacts the water quality. Next is this is a snapshot of our landscape plan. Here you can see, it's easier to see the existing vegetation on the site alongside the Coonamessett Pond where a lot of the tree line is maintained, and also the roadways where tree line is maintained, and then restoration is proposed for additional view shed. The vernal pool especially is a place of great importance for ecology. It's a place that we've thoughtfully and intentionally plan to protect through additional restoration on the west side of it so that there's an ecological connectivity between the vernal pool and the Coonamessett Pond. Some of the additional restoration efforts and habitat that we're implementing are turtle nesting habitats, birds and bat boxes, osprey nests. Those are some examples. Also around the site will be a walking trail that we will develop, and that will be incorporated into the site. It's a combination of removing of some areas, some current cart paths, and then keeping some current cart paths strategically so that it's safe for people to walk on it. And then also retaining the sledding hill on the north side of the site. And the restoration on the east side of that provides buffer between the sledding hill and the solar array so that...
Mr. Vahora, we're at 10 minutes, so can you request an additional amount that they can approve for the presentation?
I'd like to request an additional amount of time to complete the
It
presentation.
needs to be a specific amount for them to vote on.
Mr. Johnson-Staub and Attorney O'Keefe are going to speak as well, so I would suggest 5 minutes.
Okay. An additional 5 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have additional 5. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Moving on, the pollinator meadows across the site are meant to naturalize and remediate the soil. Nearby residents are about 300 to 400 feet away from the equipment pads, and some of the concerns in the community is the noise levels. After some studies that we referenced with another project that we've had, the noise level very close to the equipment pad from the inverters is about 60 decibels, comparable to a dishwasher. But when you're about 300 to 400 feet away, it's not discernible and you don't hear anything. And then an additional aspect of the landscape plan that shows is as much as possible, the open space around the project is meant to connect with other conservation land that the town already owns. Here are some view sheds as you're going from the north side of Boxbury Hill south. You can see on the left side are the before pictures and the right side are the after pictures. You can see that there's a lot of buffer that we're planning to put in place. It's hardly noticeable or not noticeable at all, the fence around the system and the panels. So the fence is essentially covered, and then as you keep on moving down, moving south, you can get to the driveway. And this, you can see more of the panels because it's more open. There's a driveway and it gets to a gate, but still significant buffer that we've planned to cover the site so that it, reduces that view shed. Here is, I know there's some concerns from the community as well about the design of the upgrades for the interconnection. On the left side is what's currently on Boxbury Hill Road. It's a single phase utility line. On the right side is what it would be upgraded to. As you can see, it's the same pole, some additional equipment and support, but overall the same. It's very different from the transmission lines on the north side of Boxbury Hill. And then lastly, a big part of this project is the community solar aspect of it. As a requirement from the State Department, the Department of Energy Resources, 15% of the energy has to go to low-income subscribers at a 100% discount to their supply rate on their bill. Then the 35% will go to general Eversource customers, which is local residents and small businesses at a 20% discount. Anyone who's an Eversource customer can sign up for that. And then the remaining is the anchor off-takers, which can be Falmouth, nonprofits, et cetera, that take up the rest of the 50% and at close to about a 10% discount. These, before we can get any incentives or move forward with the project, we have to fill at least 90% of these bill credits through and report them to the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources. So, I think this poses a great benefit to not only to everyone in the town. Thank you.
We'll turn it over to Mr. Johnson-Staub.
Mr. Moderator, I have about 3 minutes. I can probably do it a little under, and then Town Council has 2 minutes. So we may, I guess I'll request an additional 3 minutes.
Okay, an additional 3 minutes for a total of 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, unanimous.
Thank you, Peter Johnson-Staub, Assistant Town Manager. I want to acknowledge this solar development raises a host of complex and important issues. I'm not here to tell you how to vote. I am going to say a few words about the implications of approving or rejecting Article 12. To begin with, it's important that we are mindful that the town of Falmouth did not decide to close a golf course and to pursue a solar development. That decision was made by the owner of the golf course, and we just heard from him through that letter, that decision. Counsel for the developer, Pure Sky, has stated that if Article 12 does not pass and the town does not accept the land donation, the solar development will still happen. If we accept this as true, the question for this body is not whether the golf course should be developed as a solar array, but rather whether the town and the Falmouth community benefit from accepting this donation of land. If the town does not accept the donation of land, there are a few things that will be the same and some that will be different. I'm just going to go through those aspects of the project that will be different if the town does vote yes to approve Article 12 and accept donation of the land. Sorry, if the town does not accept the donation of the land, if the town does not approve Article 12. In that case, the town will not receive rent under a lease agreement. The value of prior solar lease payments have been based on megawatts of electricity produced by the solar development. The specific rent payment for this project has not yet been negotiated, but it could be as much as $100,000 per year based on what we have seen in other projects. Without approval of Article 12, the town will not be able to negotiate a payment in lieu of taxes. I want to be clear, the town will still be entitled to tax the property at the full value of the real estate and personal property. However, we won't have the opportunity to negotiate a long-term agreement, and what that means is the town will assess a value, the solar developer may or may not accept that value, and if they don't, then there could be an appeal to the appellate tax board and the expenses that go along with that. And by the way, that process could take place multiple times over the course of the life of the development. So there are some benefits to both parties in negotiating payment in lieu of taxes. Finally, and most importantly, the town will not own and control the 139-acre parcel if Article 12 is not approved. The 54.9 acres subject to a conservation restriction under the application that was approved by the Cape Cod Commission in the Development of Regional Impact will still need to be protected in order for this project to move forward. However, the remaining 82.1 acres will be owned by a private entity without restriction. The potential future use of the property after the solar installation is no longer operable would be determined by the private property owner, subject only to permitting. That future use could be continued solar use, it could be development for housing or some other purpose, and town meeting will not have any say in what that future use is. I hope this context is helpful for you in deciding how to vote. Attorney O'Keefe will now explain in more detail the specific actions proposed under Article 12.
Good evening, Maura O'Keefe, Town Council. I will be brief. I just want to tell you what Article 12 does and what you'll be voting on. Article 12 authorizes the Select Board to accept the gift of the land. It also sets forth The intention for the 55 acres to be dedicated and accepted as conservation land so that this portion of the land becomes conserved open space as soon as the deed is accepted. Lastly, Article 12 authorizes the Select Board to enter into a long-term lease and authorizes the town manager to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement, the decommissioning agreement, power purchasing agreements, and any interconnected agreement if a town signature is required, and then lastly, any easements over the land that may be needed.
Okay. Good. Very good. We'll open up for discussion. Mr. Young.
Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members, I rise to speak on Article 12, which asks us to vote to authorize the Select Board to accept from a solar company and to further authorize the town manager to enter into a power purchase, interconnection, and future decommissioning agreement needed to operate a solar facility, asking the selectmen to accept the land. I am opposed to this authorization for a variety of reasons. The town should not be party to this destruction of a beautiful part of Falmouth. We do not want to be part of this. Loss of an historic public golf course, loss of open space and wildlife corridors, and the potential liability to the town for future litigation, as we are the signers for these various contracts for the operation of the solar facility. But my most ardent opposition to this article, which nobody has mentioned, is what it will result in to our fellow homeowners who live in the nearby neighborhoods. These folks will face an industrial electric complex, which the proponents' engineers stated will be the largest solar farm in the state with 44,000 panels, 4 times what we have at the town dump, surrounded by a 7-foot-high chain link fence. You can put something on it to cover it, but it's the same thing. And there will be 2 to 3 years of construction for residents to endure before the solar array is even operational. The loss of value to nearby homeowners' properties is certain. I took a ride up there today and I counted 50 homes within a quarter of a mile in and around that golf course. When you cast your vote for this article, please think of the Falmouth residents and what it will do to their future lives. We went down this road once before with the windmills when we placed them in near a neighborhood and then forced to remove them. Please do not authorize this. Thank you.
Mr. Neto. Folks, let's go. Mr. Neto.
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. As this article came to town meeting, it reminded me of a while ago when we were trying to restore the Coonamessett River. And it's obviously the same when I tried to park my vehicle to come to town meeting, and we have a large turnout. I spoke in favor of this article for this project in 21, and I stand in front of you to ask you to do the same. You've heard from town council, you've heard from the proponents that they have the right to build this solar farm. Our decision is, do we want to make a decision here as town meeting members tonight where the town takes part in the development, in the negotiations, and of course at the end, I won't be here to see it 30, 40 years from now, but the town gets 137 acres. And as you just heard earlier, that's the real question. In all of the communications, and many of the communications that I received as a town meeting member, and I answered a few, there were just so many misconceptions. And I think the best thing that Pure Sky did was create this document. We have to trust the town manager and the Board of Selectmen that are behind me to negotiate
a fair and equitable deal for the citizens, taxpayers of the town of Falmouth. And you have to trust them. But here we have a document telling us what Pure Sky is going to do. And I know it's tough. I have a friend of mine who will be a neighbor to this project. It's nice to look out and see the fairway of the green. But this is a green energy project. And I have to say, solar farms are built for homeowners. I can tell you this because I belong to two of them, one here and one in Maine. And you never guess where my solar farm is that I get my reduction of my electric bill. Right here in Falmouth, Blacksmith Shop Road. Every month when I get my bill, I see the money I save from the solar farm that was generated on Blacksmith Shop Road. I've heard people tell me that, oh, this electricity is going to go everywhere and it's not going to be used by Falmouth. Mr. Terry just showed you, and it's printed here, that low-income people in the town of Falmouth will benefit from this. This is a project that I think will benefit, I hope would benefit, all the citizens of Falmouth. And again, whether it be 20 or 30 years when this project is done, I'm sure that this document will still be around. And if any time something happens or deviates from this document, I'm sure that the citizens of the neighborhood will remind the selectmen at a public meeting that, hey, such and such a paragraph is not being done. So I would hope we, as a town meeting, would pass the 2/3 vote required to protect this property so that the future of Falmouth can enjoy 137 acres. Thank you.
Okay, up in the balcony. You just push the button on the bottom to turn it on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So my name is Julia Zagachin, and my family and my parents' house, we are right around the property. I understand that we don't have a say. This is a private company. They choose, this is a private property. They can sell the house to the property to anybody. We are also private owners of our homes, and their decision is going to reflect what happens to the property values of our homes. In my case, 2 houses, my parents' and my own. I am all for solar energy. I have solar panels installed on my roof. However, a golf course or any land is not a place for solar energy. We know that the Barnstable County parking lot is filled with solar panels. Cape Cod Community College has a parking lot filled with solar panels. These are all perfect locations for something like this. A golf course where everybody walks around, people walk around, people golf. In the winter, kids, people ski, and there's people who, the kids who use the property as well. That's all going to be gone. You look at it, it's not going to be there. So I think you should take into considerations not only the rights of the owners of the golf course, but the rights of people who live in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yep. Down here on my right. Yep. Yeah, we'll do this and we'll start to pass it down the rows there. So, yeah.
Cyril Dawson, Precinct 9. I just want to clarify my own mind. No matter what we vote, this is going to happen. And it's just what we're voting on is whether the people of Falmouth, the people who govern us, will have a say in what happens. Am I correct in that, Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, somebody answer it. I'm not going to get in the middle of this one.
Maybe our town council, can you answer that?
Oh, okay.
That this is going to happen no matter what, and it's just a matter of whether we have some say on how it happens.
I think that's an accurate assessment, and it really comes down to the fact that we're dealing with a private landowner here, and the private landowner has come to the town first and provided the town with this opportunity when they didn't have to. And there is an opportunity here to accept a donation of land of 137 acres and to conserve a third of it right off the bat. And then to have the remaining 80-ish so acres be available for whatever municipal purpose the town wants to use it for.
And if we don't accept the donation, they can go and do whatever they want on the land, correct?
That's accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, yep. Yeah, we'll just keep passing it down. And then I've got Mr. Dick and Mr. Latimer on the list, too.
My name is Kim Comart. I'm a Precinct 8 town meeting member. I'm president of the Falmouth Pond Coalition. I'm chair of the town's Freshwater Ponds Advisory Committee. What do we get with the solar project? We get clean, local energy at a discounted rate. We get protection of our groundwater, our ponds, and our watershed, a 98% reduction in the inputs of nitrogen and phosphorus into Coonamessett Pond, the largest freshwater body in Falmouth, and greater protection for the massive Great Pond watershed. We get increased tree coverage and habitat. With this project, we see a net increase of 6 acres of trees with native pollinator-friendly grasses and wildflowers around and under the solar panels. We get conversion of a golf course to conservation land. 55 acres will be donated to town immediately for conservation land, another 82 acres at the end of the useful life of the solar project. As you heard tonight, Pure Sky will cover the entire cost of decommissioning the project, a commitment that will be secured by a bond. They cannot just walk away. Why not keep the land as a golf course? The golf course is privately owned. The owner has decided to get out of the golf course business. We cannot dictate who he can sell his business to. What's the risk if we don't pass Articles 12 and 13? As you're hearing, the solar project is on track to happen regardless of the votes tonight. It's going to happen. The question is, are we going to choose to benefit from the deal? If we defeat Articles 12 and 13, Pure Sky is under no obligation to fulfill the commitments it's made to the town. The lease payments, the payments in lieu of taxes, and the donation of 137 acres of land. When the project ends, Pure Sky could sell the land to the highest bidder, maybe a housing developer. Think about the Saxon project on Sandwich Road and imagine how many units of housing could go on 137 acres of land. Imagine what that would do to our environment, our traffic, our town services. What's at risk with these votes? Well, I don't question the motivations of the people who want a golf course to remain and for it to become a conservation land, or for it to become conservation land. In fact, the fact is that defeating Articles 12 and 13 is a very risky proposition. It jeopardizes a host of valuable benefits for our town, for our children, and for future generations. It also undermines our commitment made by this body in 2021 in a declaration of a climate emergency in Falmouth to shift to clean energy and protect our endangered planet. Finally, for the opponents of the project, what is your plan? What is your plan if Articles 12 and 13 are defeated? Are you counting on another golf course company or an angel donor to approach Mr. Friel and match the price he's negotiated with Pure Sky? Do you expect him to break his agreement with Pure Sky? Do you expect Pure Sky will walk away from their option to purchase the land after all the time and money they've invested? Are you hoping the town will take the land by eminent domain, as one town meeting member proposed yesterday on a radio program? That is a non-starter. It makes no sense economically, environmentally, legally, and policy-wise. With all due respect, over the past few months, we have not heard a concept of a plan. Anything that considers the realities that make sense and that would be viable. Again, for those who are hoping to save the golf course, immediately convert it to all conservation land, build affordable housing, whatever. I'm sorry. But as town meeting member Peter Clark said, the ship has sailed. Now it's up to us to make sure that the ship get safely to the other shore so we can enjoy the cargo. Let's pass Article 12 and 13 and ensure that Falmouth receives the maximum benefits from the deal. Let's not shoot ourselves in the foot and throw away this opportunity. Thank you.
Senator Sexton. Folks, let's hold the applause till the end, please.
Thank you. Josh Bond, Precinct 4. I support this article and I encourage you to support it. This article is so much simpler than it seems. It's really just about whether or not we choose to accept this land or if we prefer the solar company to own it. This isn't about whether or not the golf course shuts down or the solar company comes in. Those things are happening. It's made sure by a private contract between two private companies about private land. I do want to point this out. This is private land. A lot of folks have been saying, oh, this is public golf course, but it's not a public land. This is private. The public golf course just has to do with it being a pay-to-play. So I get the confusion. I mean, the golf course is still open. People are probably golfing there today. The sign is still up. The website's still up. The website doesn't mention anything about this. It does offer a pretty good deal on a season pass, by the way. So it's confusing and it's upsetting. But I encourage you all to fast forward through the stages of grief to acceptance. Accept the words of Friel, who said that he is contracted with a solar company, and also accept the one thing you have control over, which is who owns the land. If you turn this down, it's a classic case of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Think about it. The reason why this is a done deal is because they own the land, so they can do with it whatever the hell they want. This is an opportunity for us to own the land, and then we get to call the shots. Now, it is true that we're going to enter in a lien with the solar company, but what would you prefer, the solar company to own the land or for us to own the land and for them to pay us rent? I just want to leave you with one final point. I know that people are asking some questions. I've seen that from your emails and from social media and whatever, and people have said, how can you vote for something if you don't have all these questions answered? I encourage you to ask those questions. Tonight, I also encourage you to ask them after tonight at select board meetings, at Pure Sky info session meetings and whatnot. But here's the deal. You're not going to get a forum to ask those questions. You won't have a platform. You won't have any kind of leverage. In fact, there won't even be a select board meeting. They won't have anything to talk about if you vote your voice away. So please make the decision to take control over this land that's part of this project. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dick. All over down.
What I want to talk to here is, I'm not at all certain that the original town meeting vote wasn't spot zoning. In fact, it looks very much like spot zoning, which isn't legal. So therefore, there is a good chance that if Article 14 passes, they may no longer be zoned for solar. So what happens if it's not zoned for solar? And I would hope that I would get the slide up, which is critical to my presentation. You said you had it.
All right, I paused the...
Henry Dick.
Pause the time.
That's it, okay. First slide. About 20 years ago, a developer obtained, I'm going to talk about what will happen if Pure Sky doesn't build this solar farm. Everybody's worried about development on this parcel. I'm going to talk about why I think that won't happen. Up there, you see a map of the town. You see the town water overlay districts. The red dot is the location of the Coonamessett Well, and there you have Coonamessett Pond and the golf course. 20 years ago, a developer got a hold of 2¼ acres on that golf course and tried to put 10 condo units on it. We went to the appeals, well, I was president of the Pond Association at the time, and we went to the appeals board and argued, pointed out that anything that was spread on the lawns of that project, any septic out of the sewage systems, all that would land up in the town water supply within a month. Because of the high permeability of the soils there, there was a water table study done there by the Kerfoots, which showed this as a fact. So the appeals board decided to cut that development back to 2 units. One family affordable, one market price. The developer was furious. He went to the HAC in Boston, and the HAC backed us up, and he wound up selling that land to the golf course. Now we're faced again, if there's no solar farm, with the same situation. However, I would like to point out a very important point there. Could you have the next slide, please? Oh, I'm sorry. The button down here?
On the top of the...
Oh, there's just one more slide. Okay, here we go. That undeveloped land is the Crane Wildlife Management Area. The slightly different colored orange is the what the town 300 committee bought, 270 acres some years ago. And the red star sits right in the middle. Now the plumes come down and they don't affect the pond, and they go to the east. They don't affect this area. This area is unique. The Geological Survey did a study in 1999, published it. Only 5.6% of the Cape was suitable for new municipal wells. This is where Falmouth could potentially put major new municipal wells. But if there's a development on that patch of land, you've got contamination of the pond, you've got a nightmare. So what happens is the town's going to have to be faced with the future of Falmouth's water supply or letting it go to development. So I'm saying that we should pass Article 14 and vote these two down to give us the chance to buy that land in the future. Because I do not think that we want to sacrifice our water supply to a development. Now, I will say before someone points it out that if Pure Skies development goes forward, they're not putting septic fields on the golf course. And so the town's water supply would be protected by the solar farm. But if the solar farm goes away, because as many of us feel this is entirely inappropriate, and because we will have a shortage of golf courses for the public, which will hurt our economic value of the town, which is based on tourism, that the town will then have to seriously consider buying this parcel. And that's the most likely outcome of this. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Latimer, and then Mr. Drewley. Okay, folks, let's go. Mr. Donahue, you're on the list.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I'll start out by saying I'm not a golfer. I agree with Mark Twain about golf. It's a good walk ruined. However, if this was really about preserving a golf course, I think we should listen to the people. But what's really about is NIMBY. And what we know is about the golf course, that historic golf course is never going to come back, ever. That's a certainty. What we don't know is just speculation that people are saying, well, what's going to happen to my property values? But nobody knows. There may well be more advantages to prospective buyers to living next to a solar farm where they get the benefit of the cheap energy as opposed to what a 100-lot subdivision? A 100-lot subdivision that's going to affect the water table, that's going to affect the health of Coonamessett Pond. What this project will do is it'll remove the existing threat to Coonamessett Pond. Because golf courses, what they do is green lawns, fertilizer, use up water. By the way, we had a level 2 drought this summer. I don't know how many people paid attention to that. And I paid attention to it. And when we get into a drought situation, and we have houses. Every one of them has to have that perfect green lawn with the fertilizer, the nitrogen going into the pond, wasting the water to water that lawn, in addition to all those toilets. The optimal use of this land is clearly this project, which is going to go forward anyway. But the optimal use is to let this project go forward and for the town to get the benefit of it, which is what this article is about. That's all this article is about, is does the town get the land while the project goes forward? It's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Mr. Drewley.
Yes, thank you. John Drewley. I'm the Town of Falmouth representative to the Cape Cod Commission. And this Article 12, excuse me, asks that the town accept 5 parcels of land comprising the Cape Cod Country Club. During our hearings at the Cape Cod Commission, it became aware that this was not the entire golf course. This is most of the golf course. But Pure Sky is, in this proposal, holding out one parcel of about 7.5 acres of land, which is the fourth hole on the golf course. Why are they holding it out? Why isn't the town receiving the whole? If they're going to pass this, why doesn't the town get the whole golf course? I asked that question, and the answer was that Pure Sky was holding this parcel in reserve in case they need to raise additional funds at some point. My opinion is that if the town gets the rest of this golf course, 138 acres, they should get the whole 145 acres. There's been a lot of people speaking about housing being on this project, on this land. If Pure Sky keeps this parcel out of the deal, what do you think is going to go there? They're going to sell it to a developer. They've already said that they're going to do this. We have a parcel of land on Main Street of about 1 acre where there's 104 apartments being built right now. If the town's going to accept the land, they should accept all of the land. If you're going to try to protect the water, protect everything you're going to try to protect, the town should accept all the land. I've had this conversation with the chairman of the board and the town administration, and I hope if it gets to the negotiations of accepting the land, they demand that the town receive the whole course, not just 95% of it. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Clark. Microphone to my right for Dr. Clark. Microphone to my right.
Hello, I'm Peter Clark, Precinct 1. There are some people, I believe, probably who would want me on the ship that's left. I'm a supporter of Article 12 and 13. I oppose Article 14. I support 12 because I think the town should be a partner. I think this is a valuable project. I think it's an optimal use environmentally. I worry, and I would raise the worry, not make an amendment, that the town should be setting aside some significant money to be sure that they have the expertise that they need to do those negotiations, to perhaps oversee the project. Pure Sky has worked in I think, a community-friendly way, but I think you need to trust and verify, so I hope we're watching how the project is installed. So I'm a big supporter of 12. I also think that the town needs to be very careful to be sure it's setting aside the resources it needs to be the partner. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Vogel in the center.
Hi, Wendy Vogel, Precinct 4. So I'm coming around to the realization that this seems like it's going to happen. And if I go with that assumption. My question is around what we know about the fiscal strength of Pure Sky. Are they going to be a partner that has deep enough pockets and enough experience to not only build this project, but bring it to completion and then operate it? And I would also be curious about how much of their business plan is tied to solar credits, which may not be around for that much longer. Do they go out of business? Are they still thriving? What does that look like for them and for the town if we're partners with them?
Okay. Anybody want to address that? It's up to you. Okay, Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue in the center section.
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3. I came in totally against this project. Now I'm saying, why aren't we getting more for the town? For example, why isn't the whole town light bill being taken care of by this? That would be a deal. We're going to get $100,000. How much is the light bill for the whole town for the year? Could we throw that in instead? I really think, and I agree with the gentleman that said we need some real expert people who can negotiate for the town on this. I will vote for it. But guys, if you don't get that piece of land that they want to hold out because they want to use it to build homes on it, that'll ruin the whole, we'll have to put a sewer out there for it to save our water supply. Those kind of questions I don't think are really answered. And you're saying, well, we'll negotiate. But I hope you negotiate right, because if you don't, the town is going to suffer.
All the way in the back of the center section, the last aisle there. There's shadow back there. I can't tell who it is. I don't know. I can't see it. Oh, it looks like Mr. Finneran now that he's in the light.
Mark Finneran, Precinct 2. I understand this is very complicated and there's a lot of information, but you told us that the pilot or payment in lieu of taxes would be $100,000. Two questions that come to my mind are, what are the taxes being paid now by the golf course? And what would the taxes be if we just tax them like any other normal entity?
So I can answer the first question. The fiscal year 25 tax bill for the golf course was $36,000. The second question, that's correct. That's the tax bill, $36,000. I don't really understand the second question. I'm not going to speculate about some potential theoretical tax.
Okay. Mr. Nickerson?
So in, I believe, 2001, I went out to bid for a 19-acre piece of land to put solar on it. Currently, we are still waiting, even with the signed contract, for Eversource to upgrade the grid, lack of better language here, and we are still waiting and waiting and waiting. So I believe Falmouth is in Eversource's upgrade of Phase 3, which there is no date. So I have two questions. One, does the presenter know when the system, they cannot connect up to Eversource or the grid until that upgrade is done. So I'm wondering if they know, because I certainly don't. And number two, so if they do start proceeding to demolish the piece of property and they don't connect, like I've been waiting 4 years to connect, if they don't connect, do we sit there and have acres and acres of land that's been demolished and ruined, and does anybody have any say as to what happens? Or are we going to be driving by this and have this land because NextGrid or Eversource, whoever, is not going to have the connections done. It's a big, big money to get connected, and there's no date set for the upgrade. So everyone's worried about the solar. I'm more worried about it sitting there just looking trashed because they cannot connect to it. So I would like to know if anyone has any answers on when they might see connection to Eversource, or are we going to sit with this property being bulldozed for years?
Okay, Mr. Vohora.
Thank you for your question. I'd like to also address the previous question as well about the PSC's ability to bring this project to completion. But first I'll address this one. Currently we have an interconnection service agreement. Oh, sorry about that. Currently we have a executed interconnection service agreement with Eversource. This has been a recent development after many years of interconnection studies since 2020 and 2021. We're expecting to construct the project, if all goes well, in this next by probably 2027, in the middle of 2027, and around that time we'll be connecting with the grid as well in coordination with Eversource. And then to speak to the previous question about PSC's ability to bring it to completion, we have projects that that are in operation since 2017. These are 44 currently operating and in development across the United States. Over 200 megawatts of energy that is being supplied as community solar to communities all across America.
Okay, the next one's in the balcony.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Roberta Murray.
But you gotta keep it up.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
All right. Just a few things I'd like to mention. I knew the Friel family, and I have to tell you, I know things change, but his father be rolling in his grave. It's his son. Let's make that clear. They don't want any of the golf courses. They sold Green Meadow, another historic, tore down all the trees, and we fought that because Amazon was going to go in there, and we fought them. Then Target won. They promised the town of Hudson, New Hampshire, 2,000 jobs. Target sales have plummeted. It now sits on dirt, unoccupied, and it's an eyesore to that town. Yes, there's solar panels in Sohegan that the Friel course, because they sold that. So they are selling their courses, and that's their right. They can sell that. But I have a few questions, though. One of them is that does the town, since you're going to own part of it, have you received any guarantees from Pure Sky that they will do everything that they said that they would do, the planting, the walkways, the trails, whatever? Have you accepted that? Number two, with Pure Sky, I guess I missed that. I don't know how long they've been in operation, and isn't it true with solar that you usually sell, you're going to give us some, but you actually sell most of your product to the highest bidder as well? Someone said it's a done deal. Well, is it? It still has to go through the planning board. Are all the permits been approved? I'm new to this, so I'm just wondering if all the permits have been approved. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have our town planner on that part of it, and then I think...
Good evening, Jed Cornock, Community Development Director. The project itself has not begun its process with the planning board. That will begin at the end of this month. So the answer to your question is no, not yet.
Ms. O'Keefe?
Maura O'Keefe, Town Council. I just wanted to answer the first question that you had about how do we get accountability for some of the things that Pure Sky has promised. And I'll just say that there have been no negotiations so far for any of the details of the arrangement, but if and when we get to that point, when my office starts negotiating in terms of the lease and in terms of the power purchase agreement and all of those other arrangements, there will be provisions within those documents that talk about default and what will happen, what the consequences will be if Pure Sky does not adhere to the terms and conditions of each of those agreements. Penalties, yes.
Okay, Mr. Smolowitz? Then Mr. Terry, if you...
Ron Smolowitz, Precinct 8. So I've been involved with this project for about 5 years now, and I must say when he first came to the farm, the Pure Sky folks to talk to me, I was pretty negative and shocked because I liked the golf course and the open space, but as time went on, I found out the town was not interested in spending $20, $30 million to buy the property. No other golf course people were at the table, and the seller didn't seem to be interested in selling it to a golf course. Coonamessett Pond Association started entering in and said, you know, if you turn the land over to the town as conservation land, we could probably support it. And because of a lot of the benefits that people have spoken to here. The negotiations haven't started. The 7-acre piece, which I've been concerned about, the town could negotiate a first right of refusal. There's a solution to that. And the idea that, remember, the town is the owner of the property. They're leasing it from the town. If they go bankrupt, okay, they don't pay their lease, the town takes it over. And there's a bond there to remove the structures. We have conservation land in a matter of a couple of years, 150 acres. I mean, I see no downside after thinking about this for 5 years on this. So I really think that it's a good idea to move forward. As much as I like to have open space and golf courses, I won't live to see it, but this will become open space in 20 years or 25 years for our children and grandchildren.
Okay, Mr. Terry.
Again, Matt Terry. Just to build upon a few of the recent questions and answers, with respect to the permitting process, this is a by right use since it was put in the solar overlay district. So the approvals that we needed, the Cape Cod Commission obviously was a significant approval. We went through, as I had mentioned, really years worth of conversations with their expert staff, and that resulted in a number of revisions to the plan. Most notably, we pulled the project envelope back from the vernal pool. The Cape Cod Commission requires a 350-foot setback from vernal pools, which is 3.5 times what Falmouth and other municipalities require. So coming out of that process with the Commission, we obtained a 14-to-1 approval. The decision that the Commission issued includes a number of conditions, a few pages worth of conditions. And so to the question around enforceability, the Commission won't allow us to pull a building permit in some instances or begin operating in others if these conditions aren't complied with. And that includes conditions like making sure that the pollinator meadow has been seeded, making sure that the walking trails have been installed or in progress, ensuring that the ground lease and all the related documents have been fully negotiated with the town and have been reviewed by Commission staff. So we can't even begin construction until some of those conditions are satisfied. As Attorney O'Keefe mentioned, there'll also be accountability with the documents we negotiate with the town. The ground lease, the decommissioning agreement, and the pilot will all have provisions obligating Pure Sky to live up to the benefit of the bargain they've entered into. And to the extent that they fall short, then the town can declare a default and we'll have remedies under those operative documents. A couple other things that I wanted to mention. With respect to the cost of town electricity, Manjor had mentioned when he was up here how that gets broken down and that 15% of the power that's produced has to be essentially given away for free to low and moderate income qualifying residents in Falmouth, where they would see the supply side of their electricity bill go down to zero. There's an additional 35% of local residents that would see a 20% discount, and then the balance, 50% of the power, could be offered to the town of Falmouth, for example. And that's why power purchase agreements is included in one of the things that's being authorized by this article, so that the town of Falmouth could enter into an agreement to purchase some of this power, and that would also come with a discounted value. In addition to the municipality, local nonprofits like HUI, MBL could also purchase power directly from these projects and receive those benefits. So the focus is really on selling locally and at a discount, where appropriate. With respect to what might come, the water supply question in particular, if there's 82 acres of general municipal use land that could be repurposed when the array is removed, the town could make a decision at that point to install wells. It would have the property under control. It wouldn't have to buy the property either now or down the line after Pure Sky's project is removed. That's part of what you're being asked for here tonight in Article 12 and 13 in maintaining that municipal control, so that at the end of these arrays, the town can decide what to do with this property. Thanks.
Mr. Goldstone? Okay, we have a motion to move the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Appended chairs of the ayes have it by the 2/3, and the question is called. The question is going to come on the main motion. I'm going to go right to the using the clickers. This requires a 2/3 vote, so if we could cue a slide. Article 12, the main motion is as printed. It requires a 2/3 vote, so we'll use the electronic voting devices. Okay, Article 12. 1A for yes, 2B for no. The main motion by the Select Board is as printed. I think it may have done that when we had the online one. 174. By a counted vote of 174 and 31 opposed, I declare the 2/3 passes. Article 13. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that Article 13 be voted as printed.
As printed. This is to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court for the provisions of accepting the gift and allowing a lease back to the previous owner for up to 40 years. Ms. O'Keefe.
Thank you. Again, Maura O'Keefe, Town Council. I am just going to provide you with a little bit of clarifying information about the purpose of Article 13. Article 13 authorizes the Select Board to submit a home rule petition to allow the town to negotiate directly with the landowner from Article 12. And the purpose of this is so that the town can accept the land and then negotiate back with the same party all in one transaction. And I want to make it clear that Article 13 is not the only way to go about doing this, to negotiate and execute the lease. The town could also accept the land subject to the lease, subject to a lease that's already been negotiated. And that is how the arrays in Amherst, Sandwich, and Wilbraham were done, the other Pure Sky projects. But here, I am requesting and I am recommending that the procedure in Article 13 be followed instead, so that the town has a seat at the table during negotiations of the lease. Without Article 13, the town is on the sidelines for this project for that part of the process. The purpose of Article 13 is not to create a process to allow the town to negotiate outside of the law. The purpose is to ensure that the town's interests are protected during all aspects of negotiations during this project.
Okay, discussion on Article 13. Mr. Dick?
As often as not, you don't always get your way. But that brings up the point that when they do negotiations, they ought to negotiate the ability to drill town wells in the area before 40 years is up. So please add that into your negotiations. It's not a great concession from them because it doesn't affect their operation.
Okay, further discussion on Article 13? Yeah, Mr. Schwartz?
Ed Schwartz, Precinct 3. You may rule that this was a question more for Article 12, but it's directed to the developer in regards to that additional 7.5 acres that we've heard numerous times about. Are you willing to negotiate? And I like to call people.
Yeah, that's beyond the scope of this.
I like to call people out straight out to get an answer if they would negotiate that 7.5 acres or be open to that 7.5 acres.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion for Article 13? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 14. Planning Board for the main motion.
Yes, John Drewley, also chairman of the Falmouth Planning Board, and we recommend that this Article 14 be approved as printed.
Okay, in the warrant booklet, it didn't mention the recommendation, but it does come from the planning board because it's a planning article, and it didn't mention that it requires a 2/3 vote, but it does because it's a zoning bylaw and not covered by majority under housing choices. So, discussion on Article 14. Is the presenter going to present? No? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Moderator, town officials, and fellow town meeting members. Could I ask the IT department if they could open up our slide, please? My name is Richard Hamilton. I couldn't hear the question. My name is Richard Hamilton from Precinct 7.
It's a PDF file, not a PowerPoint. So could we just open up the PDF file and see if it's big enough to see it?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is he able to advance that with his clicker, or how does that work?
I have it. I know it's not set up to scale here. I could read the key points for the town meeting members. The Falmouth Planning Board did vote 4-2 for this article to have further discussion with the town meeting members. And I think that's a key component of what we're asking for. We've had a lot of communication, a lot of expert testimony, But to be perfectly honest, I don't believe clearly the citizens of Falmouth have had an opportunity to clearly discuss, ask questions, and to have answers to some key questions. Mr. Clark asked the perfect, or had made the perfect statement, trust and verify. There are an awful lot of contracts to be negotiated, very complex. I've negotiated a lot of pay in lieu of tax agreements, and there is specific expertise that will be required with that. Clearly, this is a good project. The Friends of Falmouth Country Club strongly support solar. Many of us have solar. We have no problem whatsoever. We have to help fix the earth, the problems, the high tide rise, etc. But the key issue we have is this is a great project, but frankly, it's in the wrong location. What I'd like to bring forward here is something that's a very painful memory for all of us living in Falmouth for 35 years, many town meeting members who were involved with, I think, the wind project back in 2009. Wasn't that a great idea? I mean, to greatly reduce the cost of operating of our water treatment plant. At the time, the cost was approaching $900,000 a year. I think everybody was certainly behind this. Many experts within the town, I think, gave their commentary and strong support on it. But we made a key error. We never listened to the immediate neighbors. And subsequently, what happened? There was litigation. And to be honest, I was doing a lot of work in Boston at the time. I can't tell you how many times people kept saying, boy, what's Falmouth doing down there? You know, you end up having to take down wind turbines, and us, the taxpayers, end up paying for that. I think we have a possible replay here. There's a strong likelihood of litigation against the town, unfortunately, based on the vote so far. I don't know if it's possible if IT can just slightly bring the top picture down a little bit, but you know, this was a photograph at the top in terms of the proposed solar array. It's a ground-mounted unit. There will be a requirement of having pilings driven into the ground to support these, but we're talking about 44,000 panels. If we could just move the slide slightly to the lower section. Some of these slides were shown earlier. We've taken these just directly off the Pure Sky website. On the left side of those slides, one that's noting 13th hole to the left side of Boxbury Hill Road, that's the current view. And on the right side is their AI version in terms of what the plantings and things might look like. What I bring to your attention is that there will be 7,000 feet of chain link fence around certain areas of this property. None of the slides up to this point, none of the pictures, none of the communication has shown you what the chain link fence are going to look like. At the bottom of the slide that we're looking at is a picture of one of their most recently completed projects in Sandwich, Massachusetts. The specific address is noted 18 Cotuit Road, Sandwich. If I could ask IT to just bring up to the slide right at the bottom of that page, please. Thank you. What you're looking at is their finished project in Sandwich. Myself and a number of other people have taken an opportunity to drive there. And this is the visual aspect of what they have in terms of, outside the property. It's probably a very good replica of what we're going to be looking at in terms of the size of this project. If I could ask IT to go to the bottom slide, which is depicting the energy storage units. Contrary to prior statements, being there, out at the road, I was probably 50 yards away. I could distinctly hear a large humming sound at that distance. I would imagine many of the neighbors in this area are going to have a similar experience. If we could just ask IT to go to the bottom slide, please. Again, this is a picture of the actual depiction of the hookup connection into the power grid from this solar project. Just please keep in note, this Sandwich solar project is approximately 11,000 solar panels. The project that we'll have in Falmouth will be approximately 44,000 panels. If I could ask the team to just move to the bottom slide. This is looking at the east and the west array, and then the slide below that is looking at the southern array. Pure Sky has, communicated to all of us that there are 3 separate projects here. They happen to be contiguous to each other, and put them all together. This is clearly one of the largest solar array projects within Massachusetts. Next slide, please. Just making a quick reference, again, I'm from the business world, private equity world. Again, this is a very interesting article within Forbes in terms of what we are looking at in terms of this project. The slide right below that is depicting, again, one of the social media sites that particularly deals with petition articles. And at the time when we originally drafted this slide, we had, 3,500 people signed the petition. I did check it around 5:30 tonight before we came over for the town meeting. It's about 3,800 people at this point. The slide at the bottom of that area, please. Again, this is one of our largest Falmouth social media sites. Approximately 40,000 people participate with this social media site. It's fascinating reading many of the articles. There is misinformation there on both sides of the area, but I think it's interesting reading. There's a lot of conversation on this area. The very bottom point, I'd just like to focus on a couple of things that come directly out of the Cape Cod Commission's article, and this is talking about we do expect to have, or we will have 10.5 acres of trees cleared. We'll have approximately 7,000 feet of chain link fence with a 6-inch gap that will allow wildlife to go underneath that chain link fence. There will be approximately 44,000 panels. And we're basically looking at the solar project is on 5 of the 7 panels that were discussed earlier. I think the 4th hole is clearly going to become housing very quickly. That has great value to developers. There's a very hilly topography there, and again, within the Cape Cod Commission report, there's an anticipated 5,000 to 10,000 truckloads of soil to be relocated. They don't say it will necessarily be relocated off the site, but we will have a large number of 18-wheelers trucks moving land from the higher topography to the lower topography areas. The project will have 25 years with 5-year extensions available 3 times. And what was interesting also, because of the close proximity to the wetlands, there may be archaeologically sensitive items discovered. What I would ask on the next slide, please, it was an interesting case study. This was a project at the Cotuit High Grounds. Recently, very similar issue. There was an elderly owner project. This golf course had been in function for over 50 years. The owner wanted out. But it was an interesting coalition of the Barnstable Land Trust that came together in terms of negotiating with the owner, came up with apparently a price that was acceptable. And interesting, just again from a case study perspective, they're operating the golf course for an additional 5 years. The revenue from that golf course is going back to the land trust. It came to my mind in terms of, what a possible partnership possibly would look like.
Mr. Hamilton, we're at the 10 minutes now.
May I request an additional 2 minutes, Mr. Moderator?
Okay. He's asking for an additional 2 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's opinion of the chair is that the noes have it, and discussion is open on Article 14.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Tom Members.
Mr. Netto.
Joe Netto, Precinct 9. Mr. Moderator, I see some incongruity here. If you just look at the different articles in front of you, when there's a recommendation, it tells you who's recommending the article.
Yeah, and I told you it was the planning board because it wasn't in there, and they also didn't mention that it requires a 2/3.
Sorry, I was...
Yeah, I said that at the beginning. Yep.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jack Richardson, Select Board. I'd just like to ask Town Council to speak to some of the potential legal issues with this article.
Ms. O'Keefe.
Happy to do so. Thank you. Maura O'Keefe, Town Council. I guess I'll just be really blunt about this. Article 14 is going to have no impact on the proposed solar project whatsoever. And there are several reasons why, and I'll try to go through them as quickly as possible. The first reason is something that you've heard about already tonight, where the proponents of the project have already been before the planning board for an application for an A&R, and that was granted. That was granted at the end of October. And what that means is that zoning at this location for this project is frozen for the next 3 years. So even if Article 14 passes, then it's not going to touch this project. So that's reason one. Reason two is that this is likely considered spot zoning. So spot zoning occurs when you try to remove certain parcels from a zoning overlay. Here, this is a zoning bylaw change. So that's why you have the 2/3 vote. When you try to remove certain parcels in a zoning amendment, it undermines the purpose of the overlay, and it will also undermine some of the components of the town's comprehensive plan. Here, solar is a protected zoning use, and we're required to have a zoning overlay to facilitate placing solar facilities throughout the town. Here, when you take out parcels to frustrate the purpose of the zoning overlay, it's unlikely that the Attorney General's office is going to approve this, even if Article 14 is voted favorably upon by town meeting. Lastly, as you'll recall, this zoning overlay was put into place by town meeting in 2021. In 2022, there was a case that went to the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. It's called the Tracer Lane case. It involved the city of Waltham. And in that case, Waltham rejected a request from a solar company to put in an access road that would have allowed access to a solar facility that was located in next door Lexington. This ended up in the courts because the solar company sued when it was rejected to get this zoning permission to get the zoning access road. What the court said was that because solar is a protected zoning use, you cannot unreasonably regulate it, and you cannot unreasonably restrict access for a solar array like this to be sited. And in Waltham at the time, there was about 1% total of the land mass in the city that was dedicated to the solar overlay district. The Massachusetts SJC said that's too small. 1% of the total land mass for an overlay district is not enough, and it is de facto an unreasonable restriction. Here in Falmouth, currently, we have just about 2% of the total land mass in the overlay district. If these parcels are removed, it would pave a wide pathway for any solar company to come in and site a solar array anywhere it wanted in the town of Falmouth. These parcels have to stay in the overlay for the overlay to be valid.
Okay, Mr. Goldstone? And then Ms. Harris? Okay, Ms. Harris?
Thank you for recognizing me. I was waiting. My name is Charlotte Harris, Precinct 5, and not coincidentally on the Planning Board. The Planning Board, for very good reason, added this to the Solar Array District, and I don't go back on that. At that time, the Coonamessett Association, of all that housing that will really be affected by it, they'll drive Boxbury Hill Road all the time, they said, we'd rather not have housing there, we'd rather have solar there. They supported that for good reason. There are very good reasons that it should be solar and not housing, and I still am in favor of that very, very much as a member of the Planning Board, and we'd be very interested to see the plan that comes before us for the site plan review that's not exactly toothless. But I do want to use this opportunity to say I had submitted an amendment to Article 12 that was disallowed because it was considered outside the scope. All right, I accept that. That should have been one of the rules at the back of the warrant book, but it wasn't. But even so, what I had wanted...
It's in town meeting time, and it's part of my briefing that I do every year with town meeting members.
I guess I didn't understand you, David. I really didn't.
Okay.
So it struck me as news, and I didn't hear it until just before the meeting. But I'd like to say the amendment that I wanted to make to 12 was to make it all of the country club land, not minus the 17 acres that it's minus, because we don't know what will happen, but we can guess what will happen and why they didn't want it to be there, and to add at the end of it that the town would have to further get outside counsel with specific expertise in negotiating with solar owners who wish to put up developments, because they're very complex laws. It's a network of local, state, and federal laws. It's not easy to get through. I have enormous respect for the intelligence, the integrity, and the concern of our town officials, of town council, and so forth. No criticism of them to say, I think they need the assistance. They already have a big workload. This is going to be a complex negotiation. I think the town should invest in experienced counselors, experienced attorneys to work with them on that negotiation so the town's best interests are truly served. I don't think it's truly served by putting in an outrageously huge, ugly industrial installation right there. These things are going to be 16 feet tall at their tallest point. They need help when they go to negotiate. So I just underscoring what Mr. Julie said, what Peter Clark had to say. Please get help with this.
Okay, Ms. Lichtenstein.
Thank you. Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. I think we've all had more calls and emails and messages about this than we've had since we did the cranberry bogs, right? I think a lot of the problem is that people are upset because maybe we didn't do our homework 4 years ago. We didn't ask enough questions 4 years ago. I urge all of us, and I'm guilty of it myself, to really think hard when somebody comes before us and says, we want to change agricultural zoning. There ain't that much left in town. Hey, I don't know about you, but I'd rather eat something that was grown on agricultural zoning than starve to death with the lights on. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take the question on this. The main motion for Article 14 to amend the zoning map as printed. This requires a 2/3 vote. I'm going to try it by a voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's the opinion of the chair is that the noes have it by a majority, and therefore there is no 2/3. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion to exceed past 11 o'clock for the last couple of articles. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair is that the ayes have it. Will exceed past 11 o'clock. And Article 15. Article 15, the Finance Committee's recommendation is indefinite postponement. And I have a positive motion from the petitioner.
Hi, good evening. My name is Raquel Russell, Town Member Precinct 4. I move that the town transfer $40,000 from free cash to allow the town manager's office to conduct an independent audit of the out-of-district special education tuition stabilization fund and any related or linked accounts, and to authorize the town manager to take any steps needed to complete this audit. This is the main motion.
Okay, $40,000 from free cash for an audit of out-of-state, or excuse me, out-of-district special education.
Tonight, I'm asking for your support for Article 15, a one-time independent audit of the out-of-district special education tuition stabilization fund. This article isn't complicated. It is about clarity, it is about integrity, and it is about protecting the students and staff who rely on these services every single day. Doesn't the school already get audited every year? This is the #1 question I've been asked. Yes, the town and DESE, which is the Massachusetts Department of Education for K through 12, conduct annual audits, but they are a broad general compliance reviews. They ensure the books close properly. They do not examine this specific stabilization fund. What Article 15 requests is what's called a single audit, a targeted audit that focuses on the out-of-district tuition stabilization fund. The town did a similar audit last year on the district's 240 IDEA special education grant, and that audit resulted in required corrections specifically related to out-of-district tuition. This type of audit is normal, responsible, and already used in Falmouth when needed. Article 15 does not duplicate services. It gives us the transparency we've never had for this fund. A little bit of the fund history. This fund was created by town meeting on April 7th, 2014 with $800,000 under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B. Under this chapter, the town had two options: to establish a general special education stabilization fund or the very specific out-of-district special education tuition fund. We chose to be specific, and the purpose is very specific: out-of-district special education tuition. For 10 years, the fund sat untouched. With interest, it grew to just over $1.1 million by early 2024. Then, in just 12 months, the entire $1.1 million was drawn down. Also during this period, between 2022 and 2024, the district cycled through 4 different finance directors. When a fund goes unused for a decade, then disappears in a year under rapidly changing financial leadership, this is exactly when due diligence is not only appropriate, but it's expected. Why am I concerned? My concern is simple: stability. This is not your typical capital or debt stabilization fund where money goes in, money goes out, it's used as budgeting. This is completely different. This is a break-the-glass emergency type of fund. When a school district requests money from a legally restricted stabilization fund, it is making a formal representation to the town that, 1, it reviewed its entire budget and every cash account, 2, it did not have enough internal resources to cover tuition increases, 3, without stabilization funds, the district would be in deficit. And when a school district faces a deficit, the first cuts are almost always within our in-district special education paraprofessionals. This is not theoretical. This is how Massachusetts municipal finance works. A stabilization fund is designed to be the last resort. After the budget, after revolving accounts, after reimbursements, after everything else. State guidance and municipal finance best practices make clear that a school district stabilization fund is intended to be used only after all internal funding sources have been exhausted. With multiple financial tools and reimbursement mechanisms available to support special education costs, the stabilization fund should be used only in exceptional circumstances, not as a routine budget supplement. If we rely on this fund every time costs rise, we will create a dependency that is financially unstable, especially when every state program is designed to prevent exactly that. Let's take a look at some of those supports. Massachusetts understands that out-of-district tuition is unpredictable and expensive. That's why the Commonwealth created actual laws to protect school districts. These laws and programs were further strengthened through the Student Opportunity Act of 2019, which builds equity into the system and guarantees that every child receives a free and appropriate public education, regardless of a community's wealth. Because the truth is, not every district has this stabilization fund. Falmouth is fortunate, not typical. The state created programs to ensure less wealthy communities do not end up in deficit educating their high-needs students. There's the annual circuit breaker and extraordinary relief programs, and in fiscal year 24, the state enacted a reserve relief fund. Let's start with the circuit breaker program. Here's what town meetings should know. Circuit breaker is the primary state tool for high-cost tuition reimbursement. It reimburses districts for high special education tuition costs. The question every town meeting member should ask is, before the district accessed $1.1 million of stabilization funds, did we maximize circuit breaker? The audit ensures we have that answer. Extraordinary relief exists for exactly the type of situation this fund is meant for, when districts experience unexpected tuition increase. If our costs spiked so dramatically that we needed $1.1 million from stabilization, we should have requested extraordinary relief. The audit tells us, did we qualify? Did we apply? Did we receive it? Was it maximized? These are basic, reasonable questions. You can see we received $177,000 of extraordinary relief in May of 2025. A perfect example that the systems the state has in place work. In fiscal year 24, the state created a one-time reserve relief program of $20 million for districts that experienced a sudden steep cost increase. There was a spike in fiscal year 2023. Many districts received support. Falmouth did not. To qualify, a district needed to show a spike of 7.5% or higher. Falmouth had, at its highest, a 4% increase, or $57,610. We depleted our entire stabilization fund based on this 2023-2024 spike increase that didn't affect us. Again, the audit gives us clarity. This slide shows 17 years of DESE verified tuition. If you were to make a public record request to DESE and ask for what the town of Falmouth has paid in out-of-district tuition, this is exactly what you're going to get. What stands out is this. In the years immediately before the fund was depleted, tuition costs did not spike, which raises the question, if costs decrease, why did we suddenly need to use the entire $1.1 million? That does not mean anything improper happened, but it does mean something changed in budgeting, forecasting, accounting, or process. Again, a high turnover within the finance department, a lot of hands in the pot. Oh, what did I do? Okay, sorry, I'm trying to go quick. What the audit ensures, this audit will confirm that the state supports were maximized first, verify that the fund was used only for lawful tuition purposes, ensure no funds were moved, held, or reclassified improperly, review continuity through 4 finance directors in 2 years, protect us from future deficit. If anyone's been following the Whitman-Handsome School District and what's going on there, it's a concern. This audit strengthens our system. If any budgeting, forecasting, or accounting missteps occurred, the audit will pinpoint them and give us the opportunity to correct the process going forward. That's how responsible municipal finance works. We learn, we adjust, and we do better. It is good governance and a reasonable responsible step after rapid spending under high administrative turnover. And finally, a yes vote tonight protects our staff and students. This article is heavily favored with the current staff within the Falmouth Public Schools, provides transparency to taxpayers, ensures that future budgeting is accurate, reliable, and accountable. This is not a controversial article. This is a professional best practice. I respectfully ask that you vote yes on Article 15 for fiscal integrity, for stability, and for the children and staff who rely on these services every day. Thank you, and thank you for your service to the town of Falmouth.
Okay, discussion on Article 15.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. My name is Paul Dart. Sorry about that. My name is Paul Dart. I'm Director of Finance and Operations for the school system. So let me let me just tell you what the magnitude of the expense here. We used $994,000 out of the stabilization fund in both 24 and 25 combined. Those payments were to 10 institutions, 10 out-of-district schools that we sent students to. They represent the individual tuition payments for these students to those institutions. 5 of those institutions represent about 85–90% of the total tuition amount of $994,000. So the question now becomes, why do we use the out-of-district tuition? And the reason is that we have 3 sources of funds that we can use to fund out-of-district tuition. The first is the 240 grant, otherwise known as the IDEA. It's a federal grant that roughly around $1 million, just under $1 million a year. It's an entitlement grant, so it's based on the population and the makeup of the student body of Falmouth. So that's our first line. The second source of funds is the circuit breaker that the petitioner was just referred to. That circuit breaker amount, which is the state aid, is based upon the prior year's tuition that was paid in a district. So what happens, and if I can just go into it for a moment, on a tuition level, in order for it to be reimbursable for an individual student's tuition, you have to reach a $52,000 threshold. So the first $52,419 is on the Falmouth district. The amount over that $52,419, 75% of that is paid for the state. So if you have make it math easy, if you have about $100,000 in tuition, you end up by the district receives about 38% of that amount from the state. And that number also includes reimbursement for transportation. And the state targets 75% for transportation as well. But all of this is calculated at the end of the year. And what happens is the state runs out of money and reduces that 75% to whatever they can afford for that year. So sometimes it's down to in the 50s percentile, sometimes it's 60s. If the state has enough funds, it's up to 75%. But in the last couple years, we've had reduced transportation reimbursement from the state. All districts have had reduced transportation reimbursement from the state. All right? So, and again, I want to say that a circuit breaker is a one-year deferred expense, deferred payment. So you calculate it on your 23 payments, you don't get the funds from the state until 24. And it so happens in 23, the reimbursement level went down. However, so now we're coming into 24 with a low reimbursement, but our 24 expenses went up. So now we get a double hit. Higher expenses, lower reimbursement from the prior year. And then in 25, we have another big spike in out-of-district tuition. And let me be honest with you. Tuition spikes can occur for a number of reasons. They can occur because you have a sudden increase in students that are being placed out in out-of-district placement. You may have people moving into Falmouth that are coming from another district and their child was already placed in an out-of-district placement, but now that they've moved into town It's on Falmouth's dime. So there's a number of reasons which you can't budget for. You can't be really precise what that out-of-district obligation is in any given year. We have a baseline, but we can't determine what this variation will be. And that's why you see the spikes in out-of-district tuition usage of the stabilization fund. So again, by one other point I want to, and then I'll sit down, but the emergency relief fund in 25, we qualified for over $400,000 in emergency relief fund. But the state would only reimburse 61% versus the 75%. It cut back everybody's who qualified for emergency relief. They cut back all districts in their reimbursement. So that's where we came with the $177,000 emergency relief. That's our first go-to. But we have to do this in a period. We apply for emergency relief. At the same time, we're coming to town meeting to apply for a drawdown on the stabilization fund. That timing has to work perfectly. If we don't get a stabilization fund drawdown, and we don't get emergency relief from the state, then we have a district in a huge deficit. So we have to take both paths. With that.
Okay, any further discussion on Article 15? Yeah, Ms.
Okay.
Yep. Welch.
Hi, Kelly Welch, Precinct 2, and a member of the school committee. I just want to make a quick addition because the school committee and the school committee's budget committee, which I sit on, did take this up during October and voted in agreement with the FinCom's recommendation of indefinite postponement, and that extended into the amendment as well. We really feel like this is duplicative. We have many mechanisms in place as the financial and budgetary oversight for the district to handle these types of things, even in situations when we might have turnover in the finance department. We have an incredibly stable superintendent position and a very stable school committee, and it is our charge to review monthly reports, to sign the warrants before the bills go to town hall for payment. That is our responsibility, and we take that responsibility very seriously, so we ask that you vote this down.
Okay, further discussion in the aisle? Yeah, and then I'll come down to you. Yeah. Is that on? I guess it's on the bottom. We stayed here past the microphone carriers' bedtimes.
No?
Yep.
Katrina Nevin, also school committee. We did take this up in October. However, I just wanted to make the point that we didn't have the amended petition or article in front of us when we discussed it. We had the outdated information, and so I don't know that our conversation reflected what was presented tonight or the intent of the petitioner whatsoever.
Okay, Mr. Lovell.
Nick Lowell, Precinct 8. I call the question.
Okay, we got a motion to close discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It shares that the ayes have it by a 2/3, and the question will come on the main motion as presented by the petitioner, that the town transfer from certified free cash $40,000 to the town manager for the purpose of the audit of the out-of-district special education tuition stabilization fund. All those in favor of the main motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Let's actually queue up a slide. Can you explain the question again? Yeah, so the main motion, yes, is to appropriate $40,000 from certified free cash to the town manager to conduct the audit of the out-of-district special education tuition stabilization fund. That's the main motion. All those in favor will press 1A. All those opposed, 2B. By a counted vote of 69 in favor and 125 opposed, the article does not pass. Article 16, so the petitioner wanted to allow the recommendation of the Finance Committee to go forward on indefinite postponement, but someone held this article? Release the hold. At this time, the chair would recognize the Finance Committee for the main motion.
I move Article 16 as recommended.
As recommended, which is indefinite postponement. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 18, the Select Board is recommending indefinite postponement, and we have a main motion from the petitioner.
Good evening, town meeting. My name is Todd Taylor, Precinct 6. I'd like to put a positive motion on this article. I move the town vote to transfer the care, the custody, and the control of the town-owned parcels located at West Falmouth Highway in Falmouth, Barnstable County, Massachusetts, identified as 0 West Falmouth Highway, parcel ID 26-04-057A-01, and parcel ID 26-04-062A-00 to the Falmouth Conservation Commission pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40, 8C, for conservation, recreation, and water protection purposes, and to authorize the Select Board to execute and deliver any deeds, instruments, and other documents necessary to effectuate such a transfer, and to include in any deed or instrument appropriate language dedicating the land for conservation purposes in accordance with Article 97 of the Massachusetts Constitution, and to authorize the Conservation Commission to manage, protect, and regulate the property as conservation land.
Okay, that's the main motion. Go ahead. Yep.
Good evening. I'm Eric Kudniewicz of Precinct 6. Good evening. Thanks for taking the time. Tonight, we would like you to vote yes to Article 18 as modified to formally codify the conservation of 0 West Falmouth Highway, a town-owned parcel that has been actively preserved for 95 years, since it was purchased in 1931 for the purpose of forestation. We're moving for the care and custody and control to go to the Conservation Commission. This removes third parties, which was a concern with previous introduction. And by keeping the land entirely in town ownership, it will allow future adjustments, such as rerouting the intersection of 28A, 28, and Palmer Ave, which have been identified as hazardous intersections by Mass DOT. The Conservation Commission voted November 12th to accept the land if town meeting votes in favor of this article and the Select Board chooses to execute. This follows the form of other land held by Conservation Commission, such as their custody of another parcel to the south, which also is bisected by Route 28, as you can see at the bottom of this image. Previous votes pertaining to this parcel were driven by inaccurate information, which misled voters. In 2024, town meeting votes were made with the communication that this was a tax title taking, seized for non-payment of taxes, when in reality it was purchased by town meeting vote with the purpose of forestation and watershed protection. This error stems from inaccuracies in the assessor's database and in the GIS database, which incorrectly lists numerous other similar parcels as tax title. Other portions of that same original purchase are also listed inaccurately as tax title takings, such as the whole parcel to the north of Long Pond, known as 0 Brick Hill Road. Last year, the town failed to research the records and the intent of purchase for watershed protection and forestation in 1931. If this land is developed, it sets a dangerous precedent that we can reverse protection of land for any economic interest of a single generation, rather than pursuing more creative means of meeting our immediate needs. The land was purchased after a deliberate process. In 1928 and 29, the Committee on Long Pond Watershed, the Forest Committee, and the Water Commissioners advised a survey for purchasing land for forestation and watershed protection. They voted to appropriate money for surveys in 1929 and 1930 to select parcels for purchase. As you can see in this 1940 map, these are parcels that were purchased, and there's ones where landowners continued to hold out, and the town was still attempting to purchase those properties. This proved visionary. Falmouth is the only town on Cape Cod with a surface water supply, and today Long Pond supplies 60 to 80% of Falmouth's drinking water, depending on the season. In 1931, town meeting voted almost unanimously, 231 to 5, to purchase the Weld Estate for protection of Long Pond watershed and for the purpose of forestation with warrant articles 70 and 71. If you vote today for Article 18, you'll be upholding this town's directive. There was explicit and long-term conservation planning by the town at the time. Remember, this was the middle of the Great Depression, and people chose to allocate funds for purchasing forest land. And they sustained these efforts for 20 years as they attempted to acquire additional properties for protection of the watershed. Here you can see an article from 1939 detailing that. There are consistent records that corroborate this town ownership. Here's the deed, as well as the parcel from the land court records. And in surveys of the parcel and abutting properties, you can see the reflection that this land was held by the town and held for the purpose of forestation. And this title research has been independently researched by Ament and Clower and confirms these findings. Some people do not understand how our watershed differs from mainland topographic controlled watersheds, where groundwater flow is determined by bedrock. Here we sit on a pile of gravel and sand, which is a matrix of soil and water under which there is salty groundwater. While the general flow of the groundwater is south and west at Long Pond presently, our groundwater flow is determined by pressure, not surface elevation, like someplace with bedrock. And as you can see in the U.S. Geological Survey's reports, this flow is not fixed like a topographic watershed. New stresses, such as pumping, development, or wells, can all shift boundaries of these watersheds. As we clear forest, build impervious surfaces, particularly close to our lakes, we alter that flow. Meanwhile, with rising sea levels, drought, and intensified storms with a changing climate, I believe we must proceed conservatively. Development in the town forest near Long Pond is just not worth the risk, particularly when there are better solutions that have not yet been implemented. In addition to everything else we reviewed, this year's Mass DOT audit identifies this specific area in need of mitigation due to public safety hazards. If this land is not conserved, it would constitute an incredibly dangerous place for housing or commerce. We need to maintain this buffer of forest both as a physical barrier and as an option for redesigning the roadway. Just this week, there were 2 accidents at 0 West Falmouth Highway, on Sunday and then again on Thursday. 2 accidents in 1 week. Imagine a school bus stopping there. Conservation will ensure protection of the public from this road design and reckless drivers. Falmouth also needs to do more to conserve land. We're behind our neighboring towns. The only town comparable is Barnstable, which, as we know, is very developed. And our current estimate is that only 22% of the land in Falmouth is actually permanently conserved in modern statute. 28%, as you might see, includes town and state-owned land, which, as evidenced by the earlier records, is not necessarily permanently conserved in modern statute. Forested land is irreplaceable, and while our built landscape can be adjusted to meet our needs without removal of forests near our water supply, I think we should pursue it. Article 18 will follow recent efforts to preserve the forest around Long Pond. This 1.9-acre Robichaud property was just purchased by town meeting in April 2025 for $323,000. And here's the proposed site for the police station that was rejected last week for watershed concerns. And then 0 West Falmouth Highway, which is closer to the surface waters. Article 18 follows a common procedure that has been implemented with other parcels already and was recommended as a strategy for conserving this parcel when speaking with the Buzzards Bay Coalition. The Falmouth Conservation Commission actually holds a very similar portion of land between Palmer Ave and Route 28, which is similarly separated when the highway was constructed, pictured here southwest of Long Pond. And this is really not to deny the urgent need for our present. We need more focused solutions for affordable housing that's attainable for working people. We need to correct this false dichotomy, which is pitting conservation against affordability. There are lots of opportunities for expanding both lively, affordable neighborhoods through zoning reform, and also opportunities for natural resource protection if we take a concerted effort. However, these opportunities are dwindling. The 2 are not mutually exclusive. The Cape Cod Commission identified that we have a real lack of multifamily housing. Our 82% single-family homes uses a lot of land while doing little to address affordability. And contrast Mashpee has 30% multifamily homes, enabling them to conserve 38% of their land area, while Falmouth has only 14% and then 22% conserved. This effort is not unique to our generation. People have been fighting to defend the land around Long Pond for the whole time that the town has owned it. Back in 1948, when we needed a new high school, they considered placing it on the land surrounding Long Pond. However, following public opposition, the town reversed course, and they ended up building the Lawrence School, where you guys are sitting in now. Today, we're closing schools with smaller enrollments. Imagine if we had risked our water quality only to now decommission that school due to changing times no one foresaw. To conclude, this land should not have ever been identified as suitable for development, and here's an opportunity to rectify that oversight. I ask for a favorable vote on Article 18 to uphold the visionary conservation work of our predecessors and work towards a healthy, sustainable future for Falmouth. Thank you for your time, guys.
Okay, discussion on Article 18. Yep, to the left. I don't think we have mic carriers, I'm sorry. We do? Oh, well, that's my right, so let's do the one I recognize first, and then Ms. Lowell. Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dale Kapp. I am from Precinct 3, and I wanted to understand why the Select Board has decided that this should be indefinitely postponed.
Select Board, why the recommendation?
I'll take it if no one else will.
Mr. Richardson?
So, last town meeting, we voted to use this land for affordable housing. And while I understand Eric's concerns here, I think it would set a bad precedent, ironic because that was his argument. We just appropriated this and have RFPs that are out on this land to develop affordable housing. Now we can review those plans when they come back to us and ensure that they are to the needs of the community, but we would literally be going against what we just voted on in April. So the Select Board felt that it was not appropriate to go forward with this article.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, is it possible for me to make an amendment that we follow the Select Board's suggestion and maintain this?
You would just vote no on the article. Their suggestion is indefinite postponement, so you just vote no. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Lowell?
Vicki Lowell, Precinct 1. When this came up at the town meeting, it was late like this, so you don't always get the best consideration, and I decided not to speak. This was a package of 4 articles, of 4 parcels that were going to be considered for affordable housing, and I think that having lived in Sippowisset for 50 years in that intersection should actually at some point be redesigned. It's so different from all the other exits in Falmouth, and there's no you immediately have to slow down, and so I just think having housing so close to it is not a good idea, but also we should have the foresight to just let it lie in case at some point they do decide to upgrade that exit. You don't want to, the housing would be interfering with it. So this has raised a question. If we put it under the Conservation Commission, would it exempt it from, would it be very difficult to then approve it for exit improvement? Anyhow, I should have spoken against it at the April town meeting, but as I say, it was, again, after 11. Everybody wanted to go home, so I didn't. So I hope when you get the RFP, you don't actually have to accept it. I just think it would be very wise for the town not to develop this piece of, it's just 2 acres. It's a little peninsula between 28A and Route 28. And cars are going very fast along there. It says slow down to 15 miles an hour, but it's like you have about, nobody does it. So thank you.
Ms. O'Keefe?
I will respond to your question about transferring to the Conservation Commission. And if this article passes, there's a complicated pathway forward to transferring to the Conservation Commission anyway. But if the Conservation Commission does take control and custody of this property, it would make it very difficult to change the layout of that intersection, because the land would immediately fall under the protection of Article 97, which prohibits construction and activity unless you fulfill certain obligations with the state.
Okay, Mr. Latimer? Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Rich Latimer, Precinct 1. If we voted for this last town meeting for affordable housing, but we weren't told that it was originally actually taken for conservation land. We weren't told that. We were told it was for tax taking. Now, the gentleman has documented that it was taken for conservation land. So I think we voted in error for voting for it for affordable housing. The gentleman has also given us additional reasons why it should not be affordable housing, given the traffic situation where there's been 3 accidents in this location within the past year. We don't want to be adding to traffic at that location. I would suggest that we pass this article. Thank you.
Okay, I've got someone in the balcony and then in the aisle. Yeah. Go ahead, balcony. Yep. Come on, Karen, run up there, will you?
Thank you. Jim Gray, I'm the president of the West Falmouth Village Association. Obviously, I'm quite familiar with this stretch of road. The West Falmouth Village Association has endorsed this particular warrant article. And the reasons are really quite simple. Placing 0 West Falmouth Highway in conservation is necessary to protect the safety of the Falmouth water supply. In addition, there's an added benefit, which is the safety of this road. There are no sidewalks, there's no curb cut. This is going to already, based on the conversations you've heard, it's very, very difficult. I'd like to focus on 2 aspects of decision making. The first one is certainty. How certain are we that this building on this site can't impact the safety of the water supply for the whole town? It's not a West Falmouth issue, it's a town issue. And what are the risks? How well do we know what the risks are if we build here? And I think what Eric went through, when you start looking and thinking about the way that the water can move, wastewater that's in the septics, it can really damage the town's safety. We need to ask ourselves, if we don't have certainty, what are the potential negative consequences? And the voters tonight, to what extent are you willing to take the risk of the town's water supply? Thank you.
Okay, in the aisle. Yep, I said in the aisle.
Katrina Nevin, Precinct 6. I am on school committee, but I'm speaking as a town meeting member here. If we're talking about precedent, it seems to me that 1931, the town purchasing the land for conservation, takes precedence over last April. And we are people who make mistakes, and it's possible that we'd like to change our minds. Mr. Moderator, is it possible to, I don't know if it would be an amendment or a motion to rescind our previous vote, which would then return the land exactly to the state it was in before?
You'd have to have an article posted to do that action.
Okay.
Can I provide
Ms.
some?
O'Keefe, you had something else you
I'd
wanted
like
to
to clarify some misinformation that's been floating around out there. The deed for this parcel to the town does not say anything about water protection, and it doesn't say anything about conservation, and it doesn't say anything about forestation. The deed just grants the land to the town. It does not state anything else. There are no deed restrictions for this parcel. I'm not sure where that information is coming from. I also think it's worth it to clarify that there may have been something out there about this being a tax title property tied to how it's classified on the assessor's website, but It's not a tax title property. It is a taking. It was the property is impacted by a taking for the layout of Route 28 when the state created that highway, which divided the parcel from Long Pond, thereby undermining the value of the resource protection of this parcel. But it was never a tax title. It's classified like that on the assessor's database to indicate that the town doesn't receive any tax income from this parcel because we own it. That's why it says that. And then I just want to clarify one last bit of information that I heard. The Conservation Commission did not vote in favor of accepting this parcel. They explicitly stated that they wanted to remain neutral and would follow the will of the select board here. That is what they voted.
Okay. Did you want to respond to the thing there?
My understanding from watching that meeting is they voted to accept the decision of town meeting, be that favorable or no. And there is the stipulation that the select board then has to act upon it, which is obviously they can vote differently at a town meeting. But I think you communicated that the select board often likes to be informed by the opinion of town meeting on articles. So.
Okay, that you're going to respond to the deed issue, but who do I get here? I got Mr. Finneran and then Mr. Netto. I'll add you to the list.
Mark Finneran, Precinct 2. It seems that they've made a pretty good case that a mistake was made here. Would it be possible to amend this article to leave a sufficient amount in case they do decide to improve the road for safety reasons? Or something else?
Because it's a parcel, so now you're talking about subdivision of a parcel on the floor of town meeting. That's what land court's for. Yeah. Mr. Netto?
Joe Netto, Precinct 9. You make decisions based on facts. And I think last year, as Eric has pointed out, it was late and we didn't have all the facts. I wholeheartedly support this article after listening to the proponent's argument. Could you put your slide back up that shows the location of this parcel to Long Pond? I know it's late. Let's do this quickly. Right there. I was a big opponent of the police station being located at 464 Brickhill Road. And I voiced my concerns because it's our duty here as town meeting members to protect the town's watershed. The 100-acre parcel where the police station was going to be opposite the Lutheran church, there was no deed restriction on that 100 acres the town meeting bought in 1927. Because at that time, those people said, obviously, what are we buying this for? To protect the watershed. So I want you to look at 0 West Falmouth Highway. It's actually closer to Long Pond than the proposed site for the police station. And we put about 80 people in this room 3 weeks ago to ask the police station committee to change their spot, and they did. This young man has done a heck of a job, and it's great to see someone this age get interested in the town of Falmouth, and I think we should listen to him and vote this article for him. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Duffany.
Todd Duffany, Precinct 4. I applaud this gentleman for bringing this to our attention. I would hold on putting a conservation restriction on this now as part of what we all paid attention to in the last month or two with the sighting and all the parcels that the police station had to look at, and we had Article 97s on a lot of the parcels. I'd hate to start shooting ourselves in the foot when we can use this for horse trading and use it for some of the other parcels that would have been more appropriate for the police station or whatever is going to come in the next 50 years. So we should start gathering all these properties that we have that don't have 97s and start petitioning to the state and try to figure out how we can use this kind of property to have conservation restrictions traded with other properties if possible.
Okay, Mr. Richardson.
I'm coming down to the mic as I'm speaking on my behalf and not on behalf of the board. But I think it's clear after listening to town meeting that I am a member of Precinct 9. I think we were perhaps misguided and perhaps didn't fully understand the plan. And as one of the members who led opposition to the site at 484 Brick Kiln Road, I don't think that it would be hypocritical of me to then say we should build affordable housing closer to the watershed. And I'm willing to admit my mistake in voting in favor, voting indefinite postponement on this article. And it speaks to the need for us to protect Long Pond for perpetuity. So for future generations, we protect the watershed. So I've changed my personal position, but I do not want to speak on behalf of other board members. So thank you.
Did you want to speak? Did you want to speak in the balcony? Yeah. Best to stand near the mic. Yeah, go ahead.
Tammy Gilbert, Precinct 6. I just want to make a point that people are talking about the RFPs. The RFP may have been issued, but according to its writing, the town can cancel at any time and is under no obligation to accept any proposals. I think you guys also, this body really needs to understand that this land was originally identified. A developer identified the land and wrote a petitioner's article to have it disposed of. It's troubling that you were told a comprehensive review found it among the best opportunity for the creation of affordable housing in the town. How could that be? If we have safety issues here, there's a historic significance of this land, and the original acquisition purpose was never disclosed or addressed. Thank you.
Mr. Rafferty.
Stephen Rafferty, Precinct 2, former water superintendent of the town of Falmouth. I have to speak to a fact here as opposed to a supposition. The parcel in question does not have water flowing towards Long Pond. Long Pond is a groundwater source. The water comes from the north, east, into the pond. Water in the pond then flows towards Buzzards Bay and towards the Sound. There are numerous other homes in that area that do not have their septic systems flow towards the pond. If you are concerned about traffic and the use of the land, then change your mind. But I ask you not to believe that that parcel is somehow or other contributing water to Long Pond, because it is not.
Falmouth, only sewer goes uphill, not water. Go ahead, up in the balcony. Yeah, in the balcony. Let's go. You're not interested? Okay. Yep, Mr. Latimer. Move the question. All those in favor of closing discussion signify by saying aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The chairs that the ayes have it unanimously, and the question will come on the main motion as presented by the petitioner. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. This requires a 2/3. If we could queue up a slide. While we queue up the slide, I'm going to ask the finance chairman to let us know how much money we spent in this town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Press 1A for yes, 2B for no. Oh, one second.
We have appropriated, you have appropriated $27,840,725.
Yep. Yeah, this is a 2/3 vote because it's the language is to transfer the care, custody, and control. To the Conservation Commission. Yep, if you're in favor of transferring the land to the Conservation Commission, you vote yes, 1A. If you're opposed, 2B. That's good. Yep. We got 116, 63. Oh, it's close. It needed 119. 116, 119. By a counted vote of 116 in favor and 63 opposed, the necessary two-thirds does not pass and the article fails. At this time, I'll recognize the chairman of the select board for notification of the next annual town meeting.
The next town meeting will be April 6th, 2026.
Say that again, please. They couldn't hear you. No, they couldn't hear you. Yeah, a little louder.
The next town meeting will be April 6th, 2026.
Okay, our next annual town meeting will be April 6th, 2026. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and this meeting's dissolved.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate underwriters. Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911. The attorneys at Oppenheim and Nickerson LLC have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. Liam Maguire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. Enjoy our kitchen department with a wide selection of kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Find your home repair needs at our hardware store. Our friendly staff is available to assist with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn Carpet One is a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpeting and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, custom area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry. Proudly serving Falmouth and other Cape communities for over 50 years. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287. At K&K, we believe that growth starts with the right people. We're more than just a staffing company. We're partners in your journey. www.kktalentpartners.com. Ermine Lovell Real Estate, 550 West Falmouth Highway, 508-548-0703. Dalpe Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. Info at dalpeexcavation.com. Take care of all your banking needs at Martha's Vineyard Bank. Your goals, our guidance. Visit us today in Falmouth and Woods Hole, mvbank.com. Mike and Linda Bullard, Doggz Hoggz, 781 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 508-548-FOOD, doggzandhoggz.com. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. The Falmouth EDIC's mission is to create, promote, and support a vibrant business climate which enhances our community. Friends of Nobska Light, the keepers of your lighthouse, committed to its preservation, education, and access. friendsofnobska.org. The Fox team provides complimentary property marketing analyses. 508-548-2101. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M.Duffany Builders, 508-540-3625. The Cape Cod 5, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. Murray and MacDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Hannoush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Denny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. Turning Point Dance Studio and the Sea Captain's Nutcracker are proud to sponsor FCTV and extend our wishes for a wonderful holiday season to all. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Waquoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Waquoit, 508-548-5269. Neighborhood Falmouth is looking for volunteers. You can make a difference in the life of an older Falmouth resident. Check us out at neighborhoodfalmouth.org. The Middle East Forum of Falmouth, a summer lecture and discussion series to foster a better understanding of the Middle East. Visit us at www.meff.world. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Shaw's Supermarket.